Welcome to another St. Pete by Night production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing dire of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the worm forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Rock a little high.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is an online World of Darkness role-playing community originated in St. Petersburg, Florida, but now spread to the world at large. My name is Kent, also known as Misha Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. And it's Tuesday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Rage Across Tampa, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in the city of Tampa, Florida, where the Sept of the Evening Star attempts to combat the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. But before we get to all of that, go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed down below, and follow that Discord link to join our community where you can chat about the program you're watching as well as past episodes and all that kind of good stuff, and maybe even find yourself at a seat in one of our many World of Darkness games starting up a semi-regular basis. Also, if you haven't signed up for a Ko-fi membership yet, go do that, because for as low as $5 a month, you can help benefit this amazing community, this program, this channel, and you'll get all kinds of behind-the-scenes extras, including the Rosebud Thorns for several of our sessions on all of our programs, and much, much more. So go sign up for the Ko-fi today. We really, really appreciate it. That being said, I couldn't make this program alone, because if I did, I would watch the viewership drop at a very steady decline. So why don't we go ahead and introduce the players that have all of you coming back week to week right now. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves, if you please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Champagne, MMA fighter, that's currently 0-1 with the floor. And I will be playing Aspen Wise, Philodox of the Silverfangs.
Hi everybody, I'm Nori, and I will be playing Malicious Jester, the Galliard of the Black Furies.
Hi everyone, I'm Preston, and I'm looking forward to the triumphant return of Champ to take on the floor. But I play Jason Thorne, Theurge of the Bone Gnar.
Howdy do, how are all of you? My name is Nick. I am currently pining for the championship role of floor tanking. I'll be playing as Izzie, aka Entwined Smiles with Claws, the Alrune child of Gaia.
Pretty sure the floor is undefeated in terms of combat with that brutal gravity finishing move that it has, but you know, maybe you'll be the difference maker this time. Anyway, let's get everyone caught up as to where we are now. Last week, returning from the dreaming, the pack came to the waking world to find that the world had not stopped moving in their absence, and in fact, several unfortunate developments had occurred in their absence, including the death of Juniper and the capturing of a ghoul that was found wandering very, very close to their cairn in an uninvited fashion. This caused some discussion and some very, very heavy emotions amongst the pack members, unsurprisingly. And yeah, it was kind of a rough foot to start out on, even though they saw the wonderful difference that Turtle's return had made for the cairn, but it was a very short-lived celebration. After that, we saw Izzie meet with Willow of the Hellhounds to have a little bit of a one-on-one chat, get together between two children of Gaia, and to teach Willow the importance of fighting as well as the lore behind the Black Unicorn. After that, Jester was approached by the patron spirit Star, who was there to help kind of console her in her time of grief after the loss of her sister, but then informed her that she had not, in fact, failed in helping Juniper come back to the light, helping her kind of, you know, reinvigorate herself, and that it was Juniper's sacrifice that had saved Forged from failures. And Jester was the first to learn the true story of what had happened in full up in Michigan. She also got informed that apparently Juniper was not the last of her siblings out there, and that there was another much closer than she even knew. After that, we went to the break and found when we returned that Jace had gone to Charles to finally make things right. After his talk with Artie, he wanted to make sure they were on good terms and asked, in fact, for his pistol and holster back, a very symbolic gesture as the holster had been given to him custom made by Charles around Christmas. After that, Charles asked him for advice on how to handle the whole Iron Oath of it all, the whole old nation of it all, as he felt a certain responsibility weighing upon his shoulders, that he could make change for the new nation in the old nation if he did return and take up the crown as heir. Jason disagreed entirely, saying that they should stand up and fight against the nation, and if they were to die doing so, they would have died for what they believed in. Where that stands going forward remains to be seen. And then finally, Aspen went to her patron Falcon with a little bit of a chip on her shoulder about the whole silver fang of it all and the concept of destiny when it came to Charles. After a very long and at times tense conversation, Falcon actually told Aspen the full prophecy that was passed down to Charles and the importance of this act, that Charles had to fulfill this destiny or that darkness would come, which has led to Aspen believing that she must, in fact, go to Vermont with Charles in order to see the prophecy continue, destiny start to be fulfilled, or at least get a little bit more information on everything that's happening. Now, let's get to our first scene where three members of the pack attempt to make good on a long overdue deal with the Ratkin in securing a pinball machine. So, Jester, Jace, and Izzie. The Ratkin have been pretty helpful allies in the time they've been in Tampa, although from what you've learned, they've been there a lot longer than was originally revealed. But in turn for all of the information and help that they've given, they've asked for a pretty simple and straightforward request: an attack from Mars pinball machine. Now, this pinball machine was popular circa the year 2000, before some of you were even born, and so it is a pretty antique, outdated piece of technology, as most of them have likely been destroyed or recycled in the time being. But after some research by Jace, he was able to learn that a pinball museum, an arcade of sorts up in Tarpon Springs, did in fact have the Attack from Mars pinball machine. And in hopes of securing it, a plan was hatched. But as are all things in Guru society, life wouldn't stop to give them time to commit to this act of, well, let's call it what it is, crime, to get this pinball machine, having to deal with Piney Point, having to go to the Dreaming, and on and on and on. There always seemed to be something on the list. But now an opportunity has presented itself. The plan was made. A van was secured from the bikers with the plates switched with some plates that were ordered on Amazon, some unique plates just to throw them off the scent, though they don't bear the tags necessary for an actually registered plate. So there is a potential risk, but that just requires the police to look closely. And if you've lived in Florida for any amount of time, you know they don't, unless you were doing something absolutely heinous. So you've gotten a van from the bikers, you've exchanged the plates, you have mapped out routes and plans and contingency plans, and you are headed up to Tarpon Springs, to the Tarpon Springs Pinball and Arcade Museum. What time of day are you planning to go?
Towards the evening, just because they are closed tonight. So there shouldn't be a whole lot of traffic inside. So if we go, say, 8 o'clock even, should be relatively calmer.
Okay. Now, the museum itself sits on a sort of small downtown drag of Tarpon Springs, flanked by many, many other businesses on their side of the street, as well as across from the street. Now, this does include some boutiques, hairstylists, the sort, but also a couple of bars and restaurants. So 8 o'clock would be still in kind of the height of it, which could provide some cover, potentially, if that's what you're looking for, but also could provide a bit of a deterrent. But worst comes to worst, you get there early and scout out the scene and then figure out what happens next. So our scene begins in the van itself, having arrived in the Tarpon Springs area. The scene is yours.
Izzie will, from the front seat, I presume, set the van into park in one of the, parking spaces he managed to find before turning over in the seat to look back at his partners in crime with a grin on his face going, "So, for the future of Gaia, this pinball machine needs to be given to the Ratkin? Is that the lie we're telling ourselves?"
It's not a
necessarily
lie.
a lie.
Right.
Making good on a promise.
Fair
We're
enough.
fulfilling our end of a bargain that we already got our part for.
I don't know. Color me curious. The cousins seem like they just want a pinball machine. I don't know what exactly their MO is for defending Gaia in this case.
Well, let's see. They went and got some information about enemies of ours and brought it to us and risked their lives. So I think a pinball machine is probably small favor in return.
I'm not trying to decry their favor asking. I'm more so curious as to why a pinball machine? Like, imagine we helped them, right? Like, we tore through something really nasty and something they hated, and then when they said, "Okay, what do you want?" we said, "Get us a Lamborghini." Wouldn't that raise a couple eyebrows?
Not everything is tearing things apart.
Fair enough.
It's also the aspect of the area that they were hanging out a lot at. They just wanted something additional, and they were doing a lot of stuff for us, getting information, finding locations, and when push came to shove, they came to our aid in a fight that would have gone poorly if we didn't have those extra numbers. And so if they all they want is this retro pinball machine for risking their necks for us, I don't see the harm in that.
And beyond risking their necks, one of them died in that conflict, which is still a weight that hangs heavily on some of you, as they weren't necessarily obligated to participate in it, although had they not, and Piney Point continued to thrive, it would have eventually came knocking on their door. But because of the alliance you've created with them and secured with them, they got involved. As you're sitting in the van, inspecting the street and the building, I'd like wits and awareness or investigation rolls.
One rage?
Rage.
I'm going to say everybody's at 2 rage for this, just because it does bear a lot of risk. There is a little bit more intensity that comes along with that, a little bit more apprehension, anxiety, and maybe even aggravation.
Uno.
4 on wits and awareness.
Okay. So, Jester and Izzie, being a Monday night, things on the street are fairly calm, but you can still see a few individuals moving up and down the streets, whether they're just doing some casual window shopping or out on a weekday date. Some may be coming to or leaving their places of employment. The Arcade Museum is closes on Mondays and Tuesdays every week, and actually has pretty short hours except for Fridays and Saturdays. So you're pretty confident that there is no activity happening in that establishment itself. But as for some of the other businesses on the street, as previously mentioned, they are still open and operating, and that there is still some activity happening. However, from your vantage point, looking down the alleyway that is the back of the museum itself, other than some dumpsters, there doesn't seem to be any movement or activity happening there. Now, Jason, with a little bit more of a critical eye, as has been your knack in situations like this, even before your first change, you are able to discern a few extra details. And those details take the shape of the security cameras, which had been previously scouted out, still being active and operational at this current moment. And one other detail. Car parked in front of the Arcade Museum, and lights on in the back of the museum itself, deep within the bowels of it.
All right, guys. So the way I don't like that car out front, we could pull around to the back and see what's going on there, but it looks like there might be lights going on in the actual building. It's still early-ish in the night. We can wait it out if you want, or we can move to the back and see what we can find.
I'm basically an extension of the steering wheel. It's whatever you decide is best.
I'll take a moment and look to Jester. What do you think?
There seem to be a lot of people around. That already increases the risk. Maybe it's good to wait a bit.
Okay. Yeah. We'll just hang out for a little bit and see what happens with that car.
Do we want to stay here or just make it look like we're busy?
We just hang out here. Just hanging out on the main strip.
Izzie just puts his arms behind his head and leans back.
So as you keep watch over the next few hours, we'll say it reaches about 11 o'clock before the street really gets fairly barren. This isn't a heavily populated area. If anything, one could call it a suburb of Tampa and St. Pete. So a main street like this closes much earlier than most of the streets in the more populated cities. Bars that usually close at 3 a.m. most likely close around midnight in this area, and you can see people already heading home, whether it's that they have work the next morning or they're deciding to hop off to somewhere else with later hours. The street goes more and more quiet, more of the businesses closing down. The most obnoxious part of these sites is the car out front remains out front. The lights inside of the museum remain on. And in fact, again, with your extra successes, Jason, at some point during those few hours, you see the silhouette of an individual pass in front of the lights within the museum.
There's not supposed to be anybody inside.
Well, you know, things don't often go as we hope or planned. I got it.
That's why I asked you to come along. You're better at this stuff than I am.
Cameras on?
You should be. Here, he'll pull up Artie's information and send what looks to be like a Pac-Man emoji, and then like a little terabyte bug next to it, and then a question mark.
Going to roll for Artie as you see the bubbles come up, the dots of a text message incoming. Spend a willpower. The crit fishing paid off with 7 successes. You see the lights on the various cameras blink out, and then a thumbs up return with several little ghost emojis.
Our wonderful hackers hacked his way in, and we're completely black, so we're good to go.
Okay. I'll hop out of the van, and I'll start heading towards the front door. I'm gonna mess up my hair a little, kind of like jog, so I look a little tired or out of breath.
Huh?
And I'm gonna knock on the front door. I'm also, while I'm doing that, I'm gonna activate animal magnetism, so I will spend a rage so that I can add my glory to social rolls.
Okay, let's go ahead and make that rage check.
Made the rage check.
At first you knock and there's no response immediately. But after a moment, knocking again, you see a head peek out from one of the back rooms and a man step out and start approaching. Now, from the look of them, they seem to be dressed in pretty casual clothing, but they have overalls on and a tool belt. And it looks like they have several tools tucked within the tool belt. Now go ahead and give me a wits and insight check.
Two successes.
Seemingly surprised by the disturbance right off the bat, it seems like they weren't expecting anybody to be coming to the facility, but the overall vibe you get from them is that they are actually a repair person that works on the various machines within the facility. And as they approach the door, they stop by the door itself and then point to the hours. We're closed.
I'll hold up my phone. I turned it off at this point and just put like
a charisma and persuasion check. And yes, you can add your glory.
I'm gonna spend a willpower. All right, I got 5 successes.
He at first seems like he's just going to kind of shrug it off and just wave you away, but then he looks back around holding up a finger saying wait one moment, and then heads over to this counter that seems to be near the front door. He walks around behind the counter and starts looking through, opening some drawers, kind of rifling around, and then pulls out what looks to be a charger cord and one of those little plugs that goes into the wall, and setting it on the counter, comes around, unlocks the front door and starts to open it. Phone's dead?
Yeah, I had some car trouble. I'll point, there's got to be like one of those little side streets, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, up the road that way, and I realized that I forgot my charger today, and it's just been a rough day. You know how it is.
Do you want me to call AAA for you or something like that?
I can call a friend and they can help get it started.
You could see in his mind him calculating risk versus reward in this scenario, as technically he's just an employee here doing some
Right.
work, but after a moment he says, all right, come on in. I'm sure it'll be fine. And he holds the door open for you.
Cool. As he holds the door open and I step in, I am just going to hum like there's a song stuck in my head sort of thing, and activate Lullaby. I'll spend the
Okay.
willpower for it. I have a question on this one.
Yes.
Animal magnetism is social skill test. Does Lullaby count as a social skill test?
What is the role for Lullaby?
Composure and wisdom.
In this
Is it-
case, I'm going to say no.
Okay.
This is kind of beyond social. You are trying to, if anything, turn their brain off, rather than trying to convince them of something or trying to get them on your side or anything like that. So you're going a step beyond what I would consider social.
Got it. Just seeing if it would work.
No, for sure. If it were a charisma or manipulation role, I would definitely consider it. But since it's composure, it's more you.
I'm going to spend a willpower. Okay. I got 3 successes.
Okay. So with 3 successes, as he's starting to walk towards the counter, as the tones of your humming, what song are you humming? Are you just doing something idle, or are you actually singing?
Yeah, just doing something idle. I'm not doing anything like in particular.
Okay. As the tones hit his ears, he starts to slow his steps into a shuffle before outright collapsing and dropping to the ground.
Can
Now,
I catch him?
Yes, go ahead and roll me a dexterity and athletics.
That is 3 successes.
That is enough. So as you see him start to slump, you step up and catch him, slowly lowering him to the ground. Are you letting him lay where he lays, or are you moving him somewhere?
Actually, I'm gonna carry him and move into like the back rooms. I'm gonna try to find the like most far away where any sound is gonna be muffled.
Okay. Give me a strength and athletics.
Ugh, spending willpower again. Jesus. All right, 3 successes.
Okay. So lifting him up, he's a bit on the heavier side, but nothing you can't handle as you scoop him up into your arms and start to carry him. As you're looking over the kind of main area, it's one of those long alley style buildings. It doesn't have like rooms off to either side or anything like that. It just kind of goes from the front with a very narrow walkway down to the back of the building. It looks like it stops a little bit short of the actual back of the building, meaning that there's probably a loading dock, office, something like that at the very back. But in the center, in this alley of pinball machines and arcade machines, there is a couch and a table and some chairs. But if you are planning on doing activities in the front room,
Right, I'm
it's
looking for
likely.
more in the stuff in the back. I'm not
Okay.
looking for anything in the front room.
Okay, so as you carry him towards the back, you get to a point where you see a bathroom, just one singular door that is multi-purpose for all genders, and then another door across from it that seems to lead to a back office. Then there's a third door that seems to lead into the loading dock workshop area. That door is open and the light is on beyond it, and you can see a small loading dock. It looks like it's got one of those garage doors that wheel up. You can see some tools are out on the ground, and it looks like a partially disassembled pinball machine, an Aerosmith pinball machine for anybody who's curious, with the glass plating taken off and a couple of the bumpers removed, some of the lights also removed. The doors to the office and the bathroom are both shut. What would you like to do?
Look down at him because I'm holding him. I'm like, if I shuffle him, it might wake him up. I'm going to look around, think for a minute, and then I will spend another willpower and activate Mind Speak for Jace.
Okay. So as you activate the Mind Speak, Jace is within a very reasonable amount of distance. They might not be within eye shot at the moment, but reaching out and making contact with them isn't difficult per se. Now, this being the first time you're using Mind Speak and no one being aware that you have it, what is the first thing you say as you kind of burst into Jace's mind?
I really hope this is working right. This is really new to me.
Jace, still sitting in the van with Izzie, you just all of a sudden hear Jester's voice and then almost echoing within your mind.
Jace, can you hear me?
He'll stop and like look around, like, Izzie, you hear that?
Why, you hear like a helicopter or drone or something? What?
No. Jess, are you? Can you hear me?
Are you saying it out loud? Or are you projecting it, or both?
Both.
Yes. Okay, it worked. Yeah, first time using this. So it's it looks like a repairman, service worker. He's asleep. I am holding him, but if I move him too much, he might wake up. You guys are good to come in, but we need to do something with this guy.
Okay, I'll have Izzie pull around to the back, and front door still unlocked?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. He'll
Yeah, she hit
hop
him with
out.
that lullaby pretty much immediately as the door was open, so he didn't even have time to lock it.
Izzie, she's good. I'm gonna go to the front. If you can pull around to the back of the building.
Say no more.
We'll meet you back there. He'll hop out and make his way to the front door.
Izzie will pull it out of park and start making his way.
It's a pretty tight alleyway that you're driving down, especially for a larger vehicle, but it is still easy enough to navigate. If you have any dots and drive at all, I'm not even going to make you roll. It's just enough for you to squeeze this van down the alleyway, and eventually it opens up a little bit more, as you can see that there are a couple of spots near the back, a place where a truck could back up, and this is at the point where you do back the van into position. What you see is another vehicle is parked at the back of the facility, and this one actually has logos on the side of a mechanical repair company, basically like a pinball repair or gaming company of some sort. So that begs the question, whose vehicle is the one out front? Or whose vehicle is this, even? But as you back up to park, Jason, you make it to the front door. Easy enough, it's unlocked, you open it, stepping inside, and you can see Jester standing possibly midway down one of these alleys, one on either side that's flanked by machines, holding this man who looks to be possibly in his early 40s in her arms.
To him, just think it to me. Don't speak out loud. Don't want to wake him up, but looks like there's 2 doors we could put him in, but we need to be quiet.
He'll look to her and think, okay. Notice, I'm assuming he notices one sign for a bathroom and the other one does not.
Yeah, the other one literally says office on the door.
He'll reach into one of his jacket pockets and pull out simply a bobby pin kind of bent into like a 7 shape and a paper clip, like, and think to her while looking. And old tricks die hard.
Old tricks come in use and handy.
He'll go up to the office and attempt to maneuver the bobby pin in and then the paper clip underneath it to get the pins to try and lockpick it.
Roll me a dexterity and stealth.
Three.
As you start to navigate the lockpicks into place, sliding them in very gently, you recognize that the door is unlocked. Roll me a wits and awareness.
Another 3.
It's at this point you notice the light just under the edge and top of the door, and very faintly and muffled you hear the clacking of a keyboard.
He'll think it and look towards Jester. There's someone inside the office.
Son of a bitch.
I'm gonna go. You got him?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get Izzie in here. Gonna make his way to the back door.
Actually,
looking
wait. Open the bathroom door.
Okay. He'll maneuver and get the bathroom door open.
Yeah, it's a very cramped little space with a single sink, single toilet, but it's got enough space someone could comfortably move around in it. It's just not overly spacious. But you didn't even have to pick it or anything. It's just unlocked. It's a bathroom. So what do you do?
I'm going to gently set him down to where he's like leaning in the corner, like, of the bathroom, kind of like his head resting against the wall, and just like try to quietly shut the door.
Okay. Roll me a dexterity and stealth.
Right.
Setting him down is easy enough. You got enough successes on your strength roll to lift and set down easily.
That is 3 successes.
Yeah. Sliding out of the bathroom, gently closing the door behind you. Even the click is as quiet as it possibly can be, even though it is a little bit of a noise, not nearly enough to jostle someone out of a slumber. You have successfully stowed one of the individuals. However, you know any loud noises, especially loud noises, could wake him at a moment.
I'm gonna have to figure out what to do at that point, but I'm gonna turn my attention to the office. And I'm going to creep over and try to open the door. Just barely, like a crack.
Okay. I will allow you to keep your 3 successes from your original dex and stealth roll. Jason, what are you doing during this time? You're heading to the back after you open the door for her?
Yeah. making sure that the bathroom door is shut quietly. He's kind of stepping back as she's making her way to the office and kind of reaching out for the back door, and then looking to see if there's no alarm or anything. I know everything was cut, but just want to make sure it wasn't like an emergency exit. If he pushed it, it was going to sound.
So there is actually a fire alarm bar on it, and it seems to be a localized fire alarm bar, so that if you were to press it, it would just make a buzzing sound, regardless of the security system being cut off. This is a local issue. It would connect to a security system as well, but with that being cut off, it'll just make a high-pitched whine.
He'll, while looking at the door, think to Jester, the back door has a localized alarm to it. It'll just buzz. It's not going to reach out to anybody outside, but it's going to make a lot of noise if I open this.
Now, there is also the garage door, which can
Like the
be
big bay
opened
door?
and closed. Yeah, but it is closed currently. However, you can tell that it being a pretty standard roll-up garage door, there are manual ways to open it. However, that can get really noisy unless you take your time with it. And I mean a lot of time with it to slowly roll it up. But yeah, it's got one of those like hang cords that if you just pulled it down, it would unlock the track and allow you to open it. There also is a garage door button, which will automatically open it if you so choose.
When someone is mind speaking to you, if you also have mind speak, can I mind speak to someone else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, it's not going to be like a three-way call where it connects all
Right.
of you together. And in fact, I would say focusing on doing the mind speak to someone else would probably sever your connection with Jester, having to require her to reaffirm the connection to use it again.
While at the door, he'll just pull out his phone then and then shoot Izzie a small text. Little hiccup, no worries.
Thumbs up emoji.
Okay.
Going to
Go ahead.
look to Jester and like, I'm gonna slowly start cranking this door. If I hit that button, it's just gonna shoot up.
All right, give me one moment. This might all go wrong in this second, so just hold on one moment.
All right.
Okay, so as you start to turn the doorknob, it is unlocked. And as you open it, you can hear faint tones of music playing, probably from someone's cell phone as they're working. As the light breaks around the edges, you're quiet enough that it doesn't seem to draw their attention that the door is opening just yet. But if you were to open it any further, it would likely get their attention.
No, I'm gonna harmonize with the music and use a lullaby again.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
Okay, this one was 4 successes. I got a crit.
Okay, you hear the slump and thump of a head hitting the keyboard. The music continues to play, but they are unconscious. As you open the door a little bit more to confirm the situation, you see that it looks like the employee, possibly owner of the facility, who was here to hang out while the mechanic did their job, is unconscious, face down on the keyboard. And in fact, you can see in the email that they're writing a bunch of letters just coming up on the screen as their face holds down the keys.
Just quietly shut the door again and mentally to Jace, we're good. Go slow.
Gonna just slowly pull on that chain to get it moving, just kind of get those gears slowly as it begins to roll up.
Roll me another dexterity and stealth. And I will say, I'll offer the opportunity, Jester, if you want to help and you have a dot in stealth, you could assist.
I will help. I will assist.
Okay.
That put me up to 5.
Okay. So pulling the chain down, or the cord down, it does have a little bit of a chunk sound. as it disengages from the track. But it's not loud enough to cause a disturbance. If you were a little more careless, it probably could have been a loud clatter as you pulled it. But because you took your time and gently disengaged it, it was quiet enough. Moving over to the garage door, Jester taking one side, Jason taking the other. You scoop your fingers under the door and slowly start to roll it up. And it is having that rhythmic thunk, 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 thunk of it being rolled up. But because you're taking your time with it and 5 successes, you are able to slowly lift it as far up as you possibly can and release it. Pausing for a moment to see if there's any reaction, any noise. Jester, you are fairly confident from looking at that individual on the keyboard. They are out. They are not going to be getting up unless for some reason something injured them, or it had to be pretty drastically noisy to disturb them. But most likely injury would be the only cause to wake them at this moment. The other individual, the mechanic, however, still kind of dicey. So as you wait and observe and watch, nothing happens. There's no noise coming from the bathroom, no movement whatsoever.
All right, look to Jace. Okay, so I think the one in the office is gonna be out for a while, but the other one, sound could wake him. So either we need to figure out a way to lock him in the bathroom, even though it locks from the inside, or we need to just be very, very quiet. The problem is we're going to have to move that pinball machine down that hall.
Yep.
Now, I will say, the door to the bathroom and the office both open inward, not outward. So securing that door is going to be a little bit more difficult than a door that opens outward, where you could probably just jam something in the door jamb and it would be a little bit harder to shove open. Because this one opens inward, the only way to secure it would be to like tie it to something else, maybe the other door handle of the other door. However, that will also make it a lot harder to get out that hallway and into that back room if there's a big cord across the way securing both doors together.
Yeah.
Not impossible, but it will be a lot more difficult and possibly a lot noisier to do that.
As far as the guy in the bathroom, how confident are you that he's going to stay that way?
Not so confident, especially if we make a bunch of loud noise of moving a pinball machine in a tight area. You saw how tight that stuff was together.
Yeah. That's why I've got muscle.
I mean,
I'd like to think at this point Izzie has seen the garage door open.
Absolutely.
And as he sort of like peeks out, he is also making a very calm show of like no quips, no jokes. We are in stealth mode. However, he just sees Jester and Jason staring at each other and has this moment where he looks between the two and goes,
Sorry, you can talk just very quiet.
Okay. So what's the plan now?
Try and move the pinball machine out as quietly as we can. Got one guy in the office. I don't know what Jester did, but Jester did a thing, and they're not waking up.
They're sleeping. But
Okay, when you say sleeping, did you like bonk him on the head or do you invoke a spirit?
I sing them to sleep.
Okay.
So, as if things weren't complicated enough, the van for the repairman is parked directly in front of the garage door, backed up to it. Now, there was space for you to also back up next to him or park next to him, but you were not able to get the vantage point of pulling up to the garage door itself.
is there enough like space between either side of the van where if we were to get the pinball machine, we would be able to like slip it past, or is it just like the van is occupying the entire ingress?
It is backed up pretty close to the garage door. The van would have to move to confidently take the vehicle out. Now, I will say this. These localized alarm systems, and this is from experience, usually have a key that you can deactivate the sound that would come out of the alarm if you got the keys. Now, if this is the manager of this particular facility, they probably have the keys. And if not the manager, the key is probably stashed in the office somewhere for just such an occasion. If it were to be some kid were to accidentally open it or push it open, which happens more than anybody'd like to think, there is a way to deactivate it. But it's going to take time and potentially make noise. Although if it's in the office, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. If it's in the back loading dock, maybe even less of a problem, but that'll require some searching to find.
I got sticky-ish fingers as far as this other van. Anybody else got the secret touch?
No, not at all.
If by secret touch you mean I can pick up the car and move it?
Let's look quiet. But no.
Jace, roll me an intelligence and larceny.
Intelligence and larceny?
Mm-hmm.
Two.
There are two possibilities you can take here. Yes, you could try to hotwire the van to get it out of here. You could also just get the keys.
Yeah, the sticky fingers was him going to the electric guy and trying to take the keys off of the guy of the van.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Well,
what
I mean,
will
it's
tell
not-
you... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think it was the guy in the van he was talking about. It's the manager in the office.
That
not
would be the
one.
key to turn off the alarm. I meant to the car itself would be probably on the mechanic. Now, I will tell you, above table, you will have a pretty high difficulty rating to try and pull the keys off of him without jostling him too much to wake him. It's not impossible. It is very much possible. I'm just telling you the difficulty will be raised because enough jostling is enough to wake somebody.
I can try and get the keys off of the guy that's in the bathroom, just so we can move the van.
That's a lot of risk for waking him up. Like, not just the keys, but the sound of the car starting.
Well, if we can get the keys to the van, we can open the van, we can put it in neutral without starting it, and then we can sort of roll it without the engine starting, maybe?
Oh, wait. Yeah.
We could try that, or for that door. Try
Also
and
just see if the
look-
van's unlocked.
The back doors are open, you said, right?
No, the
van-
roll-up
okay.
door. No, the
Roll-up
mechanics. Yeah, the van's shut up. It's all closed
Okay.
up.
Okay, yeah. Izzie, when you walked past the van, did you notice anything like on the van? Did it look like it was unlocked, or did you not really? Did you just come in?
I just came in. But I
Okay.
can go check right now if you want. I won't touch anything. I just assume it's, locked and alarm set.
If you want to take a look, that'd be great.
Izzy will walk the 5 feet to the van.
Eh? This time a roll actually went your way. The door is unlocked, and on top of that, rolling a 10 on a d10, the keys are sitting on the dashboard.
Izzy looks back to Jester and Jason, and with a lone finger, pulls the door open. Looks very proud of himself.
Let's
Yeah.
get that thing out of here.
The keys to the van are just sitting there. So as
I'm gonna-
you... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was
Nope.
just gonna say, while he's moving it, I was gonna go back into the actual room where the pinball machine is and look at that to see how hard or what we can do to try to quietly get this thing out. Because just walking in, I knew it was gonna be difficult.
Give me a wits and survival check for that. Yeah, Izzie. Easy enough. You could. How do you want to go about moving the van? Do you want to follow the plan you talked about of putting it in neutral and just slowly pushing it? Or are you going to just turn it on and drive it away? What's your plan?
It depends on the layout, because obviously you said this is like a loading dock, and while more common for like 18-wheeler loading docks, there is like a slant, but if it's like a loading dock designed for like pedestrian vans, then it's probably flat, so he feels more comfortable maybe just sliding it into neutral and then...
Well, and it's not
pushing
even
it forward.
parked in. It's just outside on the kind of like driveway outside. So it's already got the advantage of being out. You don't have to worry about navigating it out of the garage or anything like that.
There you go.
Why don't you roll me a wits and survival as well?
Still rage 2.
Yeah.
1 success.
Okay. Yeah. You could go about this however you'd like.
He's gonna do neutral because he knows that starting the car might cause a bunch of noise, so he just puts it in neutral, kicks off the parking brake, and then, as if it were like a dead engine, he'll just get on the driver's side and start pushing.
Give me a strength and athletics.
Would this count as endurance or no?
No, it's not going to take a long time necessarily to do. You're not trying to get it that far out of the way, just enough for you to move your vehicle potentially towards the garage door.
Izzie is going to burn a willpower.
Okay.
2 successes.
Okay, now it is a big work van. And while you can kind of get it moving just a little bit, it's not moving as fast as you would like. Maybe with a little bit of extra help, you could do better. But right now, it is trying to navigate the steering wheel to turn it, the sharp turn that you need to get it out of the way. It's too much to manage to try and do it all yourself.
Izzie will turn, and I assume Jason is still in the loading dock area.
Yep.
Give like a... psst.
He'll jump down, make his way towards the front. Like, you push, I'll drive.
Sounds good.
Make that roll for me again, but you can take an additional die from Jace's assistance as it allows you to focus more. In fact, you could move around to the back of the vehicle, get a lot better leverage, and a lot more space to push from.
Izzie's gonna burn another willpower. Okay, so that's a crit for 6 successes.
No problem. You are feeling much more confident as you have the full back spread of the windowless back doors of the van to just post up and start pushing, and the vehicle starts rolling with no issue whatsoever. Jason, you pull hard on the wheel to make sure that it can turn instead of going straight into the wall of the building behind it, and the vehicle just moves out of the way. Jester, what'd you get?
I got 2 successes.
Oh boy, this is a really tough situation. One, all of the pinball machines are plugged in behind the machines themselves, and they are taking up as much real estate as humanly possible, cramping as many of these machines in, one next to another and next to another. There is maybe 3 to 4 inches on either side of space to reach in. Not to mention, there is another machine, maybe 5 or 6 feet behind it. So pulling it back out, you are going to run into a machine before you're even able to get it all of the way out.
Okay. Is there any room to crawl underneath the machines?
Yes. There is probably a good 2.5 feet.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to start looking around in here. The main space. I'm looking for either cloth, like towels, or like blankets or things that I can put under the legs so that if we like do manage to move it, or like close to the other machines, that we have something to muffle sound.
Sure.
I'm gonna start gathering those while, I don't know, I try to work out how we're gonna get this thing out.
Well, give me a wits and investigation to try and find those things.
Okay.
So, the two of you have successfully moved the maintenance van out of the way. The garage door is now clear. You could potentially move your vehicle, but if you're trying to make as little noise as possible, you could probably just carry it out to the back of your vehicle as well. It'd be a little bit more navigating, but not impossible. I assume you'd be smart enough not to back up flush with the wall. So there's probably enough clearance there to move it around back and in.
Heading inside. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, just Izzie looks to Jason and gives a nod of like, I think we're good. Let's head in.
Yeah, let's see if we can find a either a flat cart or like a hand truck or something and try and help
Ooh, a
with
dolly?
them. Yeah.
It's a warehouse, right? They're
I'm
bound to
sure they'd have
like that.
something.
Give me a
Looking
wits
around.
and investigation. What'd you get, Jester?
I got 2 successes.
So, in the main area, there's some cloths at best, but nothing too useful for what you are hoping to do. But as you continue your search into the back loading dock, there are big moving blankets for this very purpose, as they have to bring machinery in and out in order to do so. This is when you see Izzie looking around, kind of confused, obviously looking for something, as Jace moves over to a cabinet, opening it up and pulling out a dolly cart from the cabinet.
It might help a little bit with the moving of it. At least getting some form of an angle on things.
Jason finds the dolly.
But Jester, you find these large, thickly padded moving blankets that you're pretty confident are meant to wrap around, especially the glass tops of the machines, for the purposes of moving them.
Okay, I'll grab an armful of those. And then look to Jason, Izzie, and like nod my head very softly. They're packed in tight, very tight. It's gonna be difficult to get it out, especially quietly.
How tall is the ceiling?
Maybe 11 or 12 feet.
Okay. If we pick it up,
That's what I was thinking. There's enough space that somebody can crawl underneath it and maybe help lift with the back, and then probably have Izzie grab it and maybe he can lift it up and carry it above them.
yeah,
If that
because then
works.
yeah, all that dead space up there, let's utilize that because the ground here is fucked. So yeah, let's go above it.
You tell me where I am in that chain, and I'll be your wench.
I can crawl under if you want me to.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you head back into the main kind of games area, I'm going to give both Jason and Izzie a chance to roll wits and survival as well to see if that's the best strategy or maybe there's another option.
Ooh, no.
Dos.
Okay. That clearly is the best option. There is no better plan than to try and completely deadlift a machine over your heads that is as long as possibly some of you are. And definitely the balls and things inside won't make any noise whatsoever in being jostled in that fashion. So for sure, let's give it a shot. So how do we want to go about this?
Izzie will assume Glabro.
Okay, go ahead and make the rage check.
I lose a rage.
If I assume Glabro, will there be enough room for me to still crawl underneath the machine?
It'll be very tight. Very tight. Because even if you do get underneath, you're probably, for the best success of lifting it straight up, going to need your hands and feet in an almost turtle on its back position to kind of push it up high enough.
Mm-hmm.
So Glabro will make it even more difficult because it does make you taller, it does make you broader.
All right, and screw that. I will just go normal size. I also would like to use ancestors for athletics, I'm assuming, to lift this thing.
Definitely athletics.
Okay. 3 successes. I can
Okay.
get 3 extra dice.
Tell me the story of the ancestor you wish to call upon.
I wish to call upon one of the ancestors of the Croatan. He was a mighty warrior who was able to lift many things. And
Like?
sometimes he, like giant boulders or fallen trees that have fallen.
Okay.
In fact,
So he would.
he
Go
built
ahead.
an entire like home by lifting the rocks and placing them onto to build a hut.
And what was this mighty warrior's name? While she thinks about that, I'd
There we go.
like a what?
Carries the stone.
Okay.
Thanks, champ.
Chat helping out in this particular instance. Okay, carries the stone. With the successful roll, you can scramble underneath the machines. I'd like you to make me another dexterity and stealth, as you are going to be moving under these machines, and if you were to even bump one with your back, it could be enough to cause a great deal of noise.
3 successes.
Okay, easy enough.
Wait.
Sliding
Yeah, 3.
beneath, you kind of shimmy your way underneath the pinball machine, planting your hands and your feet on the bottom side. Make me a strength and yeah, go ahead and make it strength and athletics. I wanted to say strength and stealth very, very badly, but I will say strength and athletics.
Jace is standing standby as because the area is really tight, and Glabro is gonna be big, so he's waiting to see if like it's gonna tip one way or the other, or if he can assist. Like if she's gonna back into something, he can like throw a towel or put his hand there to try and muffle any sounds happening.
Why don't you roll me a intelligence and stealth?
Okay.
If you are very successful in this, I will say that you have made the accommodations that even if anything goes wrong, you can muffle the sound.
I'm gonna burn a will. That's 4 with a crit.
Okay. 4 with a crit. What did you get, Jester?
I get 6 with a crit.
6 with a crit is enough for you to successfully, using both your legs and your arms, feeling your muscles straining, because this is a lot for any human to do on their own in a very precise and delicate manner. But you're not a human. You are a guru. So as you lift the machine rising off of the ground, you get to a certain point where you're like just about to clear. And then you feel the tug of the cord going taut. And it's not enough to get the machine clear. Could try to force it and hope the cord unplugs itself. Or you could get some assistance in unplugging. The choice is up to you.
Through mind speak, Jace, I need you to unplug this machine. I totally
Why
forgot.
didn't you unplug it before, while crawling down? Unplug it before pushing and deadlifting this thing. He'll just follow the cord and take it out.
Easy enough. You scoot underneath, unplugging the cord from a long stretch of cords that are all seemingly plugged together. That gives you the extra oomph you need to push the machine out of clearance. But you are just able to hold it at this moment until someone relieves you of it. You will not be able to assist any further on it being taken out of this particular position. The legs are still almost flush with the machines next to it, so it will have to be lifted even higher to get the clearance to be pivoted or turned. Izzie.
Izzie will, upon seeing that initial pause, get real nervous before Jason rats under there. Then it pops up as Jester sort of holds it to the length of her human form, as he helps by getting sort of in a little sideways, pivoting his knees in such a way to provide that leverage, and he will assist with getting it all the way up with his glabro height.
All right, give me the strength and athletics required to do so. To deadlift this over your head, I'm going to say the difficulty minimum is 4.
Okay. That is 2 sets of crits, so that is
8 successes.
4, 8. Yeah, 8 in total.
So you are able to relieve her of it by scooping your hands underneath and lifting it cleanly up above your head, balancing it very carefully. And with Jace's assistance of making sure there isn't a ton of noise coming from the process, making sure none of the legs scrape against the other machines or nothing bangs against one another, you are able to carefully maneuver the machine out from in between the 2 spaces, or the 2 machines on either side of it. Yeah. So you have the machine up and out. But now there is a narrow walkway right past both doors, the office and the bathroom, out into the garage. He will not be able to keep it above his head to get out that door, because that door space is only maybe 7.5 feet tall. What do you do?
And get the dolly in a position in that hallway, then have him slowly lower it, but the balls should be sitting at one end already, so I'm gonna have him set that end down first and then lower it, so that way we can get onto the dolly and position it correctly.
Make sure that there's a blanket underneath so it doesn't make a sound as they're setting it on.
Okay, so as you go to maneuver the dolly, you hear the squeaking, spinning wheel, back wheel of the dolly, as it just kind of rattles around in place. I will say you discovered this in the loading dock, not in the hallway right next to the bathroom. But it is going to make noise moving it. And this is all by chance, just so you guys know.
Okay. We could say fuck the dolly, and if we can get him to position it, I know it's in like a cramped space, but if he can position it to where I could take one end of the like long way, and we can just carry it out that way, probably be best.
Now I'll say the door is wide enough. It is meant to be wide enough these machines could get in and out. How else would they get in there? So it is wide enough that you could squeeze it through, but it's going to have to adjust the grip to underneath to lower it.
Right.
And also someone will probably have to grab the other end because it is very off balance if it's only lifted by one end of it. But I will say that's possible. Jester, if you would like to take up the slack of the other end with your strength,
I will.
I will let you keep your previous roll to be able to get into position of balancing it out. With the pre-planning Jace did of trying to keep things quiet, you are able to maneuver the pinball machine gently down that hallway and out into the loading dock. But now is the matter of loading it into the van, and as quietly as possible, which is very difficult. So I'm going to need a group stealth check. Jace, I want wits and stealth. Jester and Izzie, I want strength and stealth. Okay.
Izzie will burn his third willpower for stealing a pinball machine.
I'm actually gonna burn my last willpower. I am now impaired.
Okay. Got up to 4.
Yeah, I also got up to 4.
Okay. By your powers combined, you are able to successfully maneuver the pinball machine into the back of the van without making enough noise to rouse the sleeping mechanic. As it is loaded and packed away, is there anything else you'd like to do before you leave?
Do we
Yes.
care? Oh,
I would like to go back and move the blankets and make sure the dolly is back in place. And I would like to take one of those rags I found and wipe down the area that we were moving around in.
Okay. Give me a manipulation and larceny check. Anybody with dots and larceny can assist.
Got you.
Okay. Good.
Izzie's a good boy.
That's supposed to mean.
He doesn't have any dots.
I got a crit, so 5 with a crit.
Okay. You thoroughly move to the machines next to it. You even maybe go a little bit overboard on making sure that as much of the area is wiped down as possible. And you even stop by both doors to make sure that the handles are wiped, as well as the door to the outside. You have successfully taken the pinball machine out of the facility. Do you lock the front door?
Yes.
Okay. Do you close the garage door?
A little, not a lot. Just a tad.
So just leave it like maybe a third of the way down?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay.
Do we put the car back?
Yeah, we probably should.
I'll also say with the larceny roll, she remembers to wipe down that vehicle. The door handle, the steering wheel, the back doors that you pressed your hands against. Okay. So you do move the vehicle back into place?
Yep, and then re-wipe it down.
Okay. All right. You have successfully stolen the pinball machine without rousing anybody. How much that particular mechanic will remember? Apparently not a lot. I rolled a 4. So, as you get back into your vehicle and drive back to the split helm, you are successful. I'm going to need one more set of checks from all of you, which is to move the pinball machine into the split helm, because you could break it at the last minute and then it would have been all for nothing. So there is no stealth required. This is simply a strength check to lift it and shift it. However, Jace, I would like you to give me a wits and awareness check to assist them and possibly lower the difficulty as you guide them in to that back room. If you succeed, get enough successes, I will lower the difficulty of them to maneuver it in, because you don't have a large bay door to bring it in.
Bring in kegs.
Yeah.
Not giant machinery.
Yep.
I'm gonna burn a will.
Huh?
That's another 5.
Okay. Jester, what did you get on strength and athletics?
I got 4.
Okay. Izzie.
I got another pair of crits with a bunch of other successes, so I think that's 10.
Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah.
You are able to comfortably maneuver the pinball machine to find a spot next to an electrical outlet and plug it in. It turns on with no issues whatsoever. The little bells and whistles and wiggling arms of the Martians inside of the machine. This was one of my favorite pinball machines ever. Everything is as it should be, and you have succeeded in your mission. Is there anything else you would like to say or do before we move on?
So do we sign it, or?
I guess if you want to carve your name into it, like I don't care.
I won't carve my name into it. Anyone got a Sharpie?
He'll run to the office and bring out one of the like really big fat Sharpies.
Jester, I'd like you to roll me a wits and awareness really quick as they are toying with the Sharpies and getting everything in place.
One success.
Okay. Then you may continue. Returning with a
Okay.
Sharpie from the office, Jace. You all take a moment to sign your names on it.
Is there any particular surface, say like glass, that would be a bit easier to just wipe away?
Yeah, the top. I mean, the top is all glass, basically. So you could potentially, but also you could end up blocking some of the pinball area. You could also do it on the screen itself, which has a little kind of digital screen that shows UFO bombing buildings and stuff like that. But there's also just the placard of a Martian screaming and sieging something or other. You could probably write on there pretty comfortably and wipe it away without it being too much of an issue.
I think he's just going to settle for the glass. It's literally just a calling card for when the Ratkin come. They're going to see this and go, okay.
Okay.
So he'll do it on the surface. Just make his little Garu glyph, entwine smiles with claws, and put a smiley face next to it.
Okay. Well done, everyone. Heists, they can be fun. They can be exhilarating. They can bring a sense of joy. But there's always a victim in a heist. And this victim, unfortunately in this case, is a small business owner. Now, You have a chronicle tenant, which is leave a place better than you found it. How is this pinball place better than it was when it had this machine? For that, I'm giving each of you a stain that we will resolve at the end of the session. With that, we transition to our next scene. Aspen, waking up has been harder than ever these past few weeks. You'll find yourself just taking a little bit longer to climb out of bed, a little bit longer to get dressed, a little bit longer to have your morning routine of brushing your teeth, and heading out to either work or the cairn, because there's always something every day that requires your attention. This is one particular morning where you find yourself just laying, staring at the ceiling up above, that long, lingering. What thoughts are going through your mind as you just stare at the white ceiling above the bed?
Guru have a way of not being affected physically by the burdens around them. But man, it doesn't change the mental load and the exhaustion that comes from everything piling up and knowing that you're basically, and Aspen has the help of her pack and her sept for sure, but the responsibility is on her. It always has been, and that hasn't changed. And so how to delegate, how to pick up the pieces, how to put out the fires while also still living the life she wants and hoping to have everyone live the lives they want as well is just a little bit more exhausting lately.
As you're ruminating on this, staring at the ceiling up above, the unmarred white paint of a freshly moved in facility, and even if you've lived here for a few months at this point, it still has that freshness. Out of the corner of your eye, you're brought back to the present, back to reality, as Artie backs into the bedroom carrying a tray, almost like a little desk tray. And on it is a plate, a bowl, a glass of orange juice, and a small little vase with a single orchid in the vase. And he carefully shuffles over in front of you and then sets the tray down in front of you, and you can see some eggs cooked over medium, some grits piled up off to one side, some fresh toast, and then a bowl of oatmeal with a couple of blueberries on the top and a glass of orange juice. Good morning.
Good morning. And she'll pat the bed next to her.
Setting down the tray, he'll maneuver his way around and plop down next to you before immediately reaching over and snagging one of the pieces of bacon off the plate and shoving it into his mouth. How are you feeling?
Oh, that's a loaded question, isn't it? Feel fine. Just tired. Like a tired, like a deep tired, you know?
Been a long 2 years.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to stop.
Noticed it's gotten harder recently for you.
The weight of everything, I think, has just been a little bit daunting.
doing a really good job. And you're taking the weight of the world on yourself, which totally makes sense. You're the alpha, you're the leader, you're the dawn of a new nation, and a lawyer, which, can we circle back to how insane that is to do all of that and then have a day job? But you are doing so good, Aspen. Think back to the Aspen I first met. Scared, anxious, in denial. Look at the progress you've made. If that's not something to celebrate on its own, on top of all of the victories you've accomplished since, yeah, there was some loss and some sacrifice, but we are way better off now than we were 2 years ago. The city is better off now than it was 2 years ago. I'm not saying that's going to necessarily make the leaping out of bed to continue the work any easier, but you gotta remember your victories. Gotta remember the good you've done and continue to do with everything you accomplish. And if that means taking 5 more minutes in the morning to do it, do it. Because you are incredible. Probably the most incredible person I know. And
You're pretty incredible yourself.
I just help commit felonies and, put people's heads back together. So they succeeded, by the way.
That's good. Would have really, really been hard to get out of bed otherwise.
Yeah. I know you've got some really big decisions ahead of you. You always will have them. Don't be afraid to let others decide. You've always gotten a good knack for asking people's opinions on stuff and getting everybody to weigh in. But put a little bit more trust in your own judgment. And if it's out of your league, let someone else decide. That is okay. That is not a failure. Not in this new nation.
I agree. And I am happy with our victories lately. I love the way the Cairn is now. I think it's a testament to everything we've done up until this point. And so I love it. And it's great. It's just all of the other things, the outside factors, the things from our past coming back to bite us with Fenris, and then there's always the looming Bateman and vampires, and then you got other vampires. There's a ghoul in a prison. And I know there's other people to take care of those things, but it's just if the taking care of the thing goes bad, it looks bad, and not me. I guess I don't worry about what it looks bad on me. It just, with what we're trying to build here, it gets, there's already plenty of stuff against us, against our mission and how people see us. It just it's hard to push against it when all of the crazy things happening here just keep getting crazy.
Well, I've got a secret for you.
Mm-hmm.
And don't tell anyone I told you this. Nobody expects you to be perfect. You're gonna screw up. They're gonna screw up. They have screwed up. The difference is they trust you. And they will go with you whatever direction you lead. And they will take those consequences alongside you if there are consequences to be taken. You're not alone. Because while it's not a worry about your own self-image, or how it reflects on you, in a way, Aspen, you've made yourself the nation, the new nation. You've made every good, bad, success, failure. You've made it your responsibility. You've taken it personally, in a way. We all want this to work. We all care about this. And the last thing you should be doing is keeping it all to yourself, because they need to know it's hard. They need to know there's a struggle. And they need to know it affects you when it goes badly. It's okay to be professional at the office. It's okay to keep that ice queen straight face that you do so well in court. But they need to know the human behind the role. They need to know that it matters. Because that is more inspiring than any speech, any declaration, any victory, is to just know you're with them in pain, in joy. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love our little club here that we can share anything with each other, and it's just us, but I think they need to see a little bit more of you as well.
Would you be surprised if I said I've been working on it?
Not at all. I'd be surprised if you told me there was something you weren't working on.
I mean, I've talked to, I mean, obviously I have you, I have Jester. Like those are easy. But I've been trying to be more honest with Jace, and even with Charles, his stubborn. That's a lot.
I look forward to the day he slides his way into that couch and I get to pick apart that insanely steel trap of a brain that he has.
Might come sooner than you think. There's been a lot of changes in him lately. It's like breaking old habits. They don't happen quickly, but he's trying.
But I think it needs to go beyond that. That's our pack. And yes, packs should be a safe place to share, but I think you need to open up to the young pups as well. They're not pups anymore. They're about to go out on their own with a leader who just got the role shoveled onto them. You know that. You know what that's like.
I do.
And they're about to open their own cairn.
Oh, God, don't remind me.
I think if they know that you're with them, that they aren't alone, that could be the difference between our experience and theirs.
You're so good at being right. It's frustrating. You should have been a lawyer, really.
No, I couldn't hack it. Suits and courtrooms and... Plus, I'd probably get to the point where I'd just get frustrated and be like, they're guilty, you idiots. Can't you tell? Just look at them.
I get that. That happens quite often. Then you have to put on your lawyer face and do the things and act like you know. You got to convince them that what they're doing is the right thing.
Plus, I'm pretty sure the law career is laced with caffeine and cocaine, and I don't think we need more of that.
Yeah. How are you feeling?
There are good days and bad days, to be sure. I feel heavier a lot. And I know that it really didn't change anything. I was always that so-called heavy, but it was easier to ignore, to just get past. And now I'm finding alternatives and talking to others with struggles, even though that I can't even begin to tell them where it all comes from and what it's all related to. It helps. It does help. I enjoy my chats with Delphine after our meetings, and my sponsors, great. They know nothing about any of this. I feel like I'm lying to them constantly, but I think that you inspire me. If you can do all the things you do without additives, what's my excuse? I think I realized it was how I was coping with everything, my own way. Even before my change, my life was just a mess constantly, and was always trying to stay out in front of it, not get swept up on it, not fall behind. And I don't think I dealt with it, a lot of it, as much as I should have. Now I'm having to revisit it and consider that, and it's not helping with the heaviness, but waking up, seeing your face, even if it is staring blankly at the ceiling, I wouldn't trade it for anything. I'm okay. There's a lot of temptation, obviously, but I'm managing it. And I'm grateful for you and Jace and even Eliza. She's given me so many herbal tea recipes that I'm just not even sure where to begin. Boysenberry tea? Really? Filthy leaf water isn't just enough to label all of it?
Some of them aren't so bad, really.
I'm learning that.
And also, you know that you're not the only one that struggles to cope. And I don't say that as, oh, like you shouldn't feel bad. I just mean you're not alone in that. We just have different ways of dealing with it. All bad. All bad. What I'm saying is we're all bad at it.
Yes. I know I've got a meeting with Izzie coming up, and after that first impression, I think there's going to be a lot to unpack there. And logically, I get it. I think that I want to be a pillar for this place. I was the first one here, aside from Ryder and Eliza, and I know how adrift a lot of the guru that come here feel, whether it's from rejection or loss, or I want to be something they can moor themselves to while they unpack all of this, because there's so much to unpack just in the first change alone. And then there's everything before that and everything after that, and you're not the only one who feels like there isn't enough time. In fact, I think Jester purposefully overschedules herself so that she doesn't have to deal with some of that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, she kind of does the same thing I do, just in a different way. Also, just off topic real quick. Well, on topic. Hopefully, when you talk to Izzie, you could maybe get him to find a way to have inroads with other people in the pack. I know he's dealing with the Charles stuff, and he knew Jace before, but it would be really cool if he tried to learn more about this pack. I know he's excited with the having other child of Gaia and being a mentor and being helpful in the Sept, but it'd be nice to see him connect
Izzie,
with us.
Absolutely. And I'm definitely 100% with you. I also understand that, considering what I've heard about Isidoro, I'd understand the fear of that kind of connection, having had it, lost it, had it betray you. I think that he's still very much in a settling phase of just finding a way to fit. But I agree. I think that connection helps with that, and realizing that nobody looks at you as a role. They look at you as a person that just happens to have particular skills that benefit.
Right. Yeah. Just, I'm learning that some of those things on the list, I am not the particular best one to take care of.
Well, I am happy to take a weight off your shoulders anytime you need it.
I know you are. And she'll kiss him on the forehead.
So, we went from having not enough iron to having an excess of it.
Mm-hmm.
How are you feeling about all that?
Frustrated. And I don't know, I want it to go to good use. I don't want it just sitting, but you never know when another fey creature is gonna crawl out of the dreaming and...
Okay, the joke didn't hit. Iron Oath coming to town. 200 pounds. Well, all right, let's be honest. 350 pounds of iron.
I wanted to ignore that. No, you know what? Let's talk about you more. How has everything been with, the stuff that you're unpacking?
Well, Charles and Destiny and Vermont, and it's just so much to unpack.
Okay. It's a lot. I struggle because I know, going back to you saying that it's up to other people to make those decisions, but I feel like Charles and I are a lot more alike than I'd like to admit most of the time, and I think he feels a strong burden of responsibility, and I think he's putting that ahead of all of his own wants and needs.
What? I've never heard of a case like that before.
Listen, I usually find your sarcasm endearing and cute. But not when it's directed at me in this moment.
Oh, I see. You have always been incredibly protective of those that you hold dear. I think it's one of the things I love most about you. The hardest choice to make is the choice to let others make their own choices. It's easy to think that the choice is a bad idea. It's easy to predict the outcome or assume the worst or assume they're not ready. All we can do in those situations is, if they really do matter, they really are as important as they seem, is to tell them we'll be behind them no matter what. Yes, you can caution them of the dangers, but Charles is smart. He's smarter than he lets on. And I think that we have to benefit from his trauma. And by that I mean being raised in that world. He grew up in that environment. He knows it better than any of us. For sure, we could talk about, oh, they're going to try and change your mind. They're going to try and, coerce you. I'm sure he's seen it before. He's probably dealt with it. Obviously, he's dealt with it. Look at his life. I think the best thing we can do is just say, we're here with you. We're here for you. And we've got your back. And if he's going to go up to Vermont, well, one, I know Jester's going with him no matter what, which makes me a little nervous. Especially since that is like the lion's den of the Silver Fangs, and a Black Fury in that kind of situation is going to be gritting their teeth and grinding their teeth the entire time they're there, because it's all protocol and tradition and ranking and roll. Thankfully, on my little rediscovery walkabout, I did visit. I secured an invitation for an audience with the king. And I think that it would be good to show that solidarity by having a safety net for him outside of Jester, who will probably burn the whole building down if she's left to her own devices for long enough. Safety net for both of them. And maybe that presence will give him the courage he needs to make the decision he wants to make, not the one he feels obligated to make.
Falcon told me I should go.
Of course they did. Good old family reunion. Maybe they're trying to make sure you get more Silver Fangy.
I know, I'm the black sheep of the family, it seems.
You and Matthias both. Speaking of Matthias...
Mm-hmm.
That was unexpected and also bad.
There's so much, Artie. And leaving. I don't want Jester to be by herself. I know Jess can take care of herself, but I get it. I don't want her to be there alone. And Charles, I know he's going to be going through a lot, and I feel responsible there, but I also feel so responsible here. And then I leave it to who? Jason? Izzie?
Yeah. Yes, you do. Being a leader is also about taking risks. Big ones. By showing faith in the people that you've surrounded yourself with, the guru you've had sign up for the cause.
No, I know. I know. I trust Jace. I really do. I trust him. And I think he wouldn't... I would hope he wouldn't do anything rash or stupid. I think my only concern is his extra special interest in the vampires, the leeches, even though we've talked about leaving it alone. And I just, and Izzie wanting to throw himself at everything, every problem. And that's not always how that works.
I think the best way to turn up the heat a little bit is to tell him you are leaving him with this responsibility, and to express your desire for it not to go that way, but that you won't be here to fix it. That is a harsher reality than some people know. They become comfortable with the knowledge that mom and dad are going to fix the situation, that they're going to get bailed out. If you make it extremely clear to him that there is no safety net, and whatever he does could impact everyone. I think you'll see a lot of maturity and understanding and respect come from it. Jace isn't stupid. Yeah, he wants to go bounce around the vampire's backyard. I think we all do a little bit. I mean, fuck bait, right?
Absolutely.
But I think he's smart enough to know that if you tell him it's not the time, he'll agree with you. We've got Fenris. We've got... who knows? A ghoul, apparently?
Mm-hmm.
I think
the babies building a cairn. You know, there's a lot going on.
I think we got to stop calling them babies. If they're at the point that they're building a cairn, I think we can cut the baby talk. That's just always going to make them feel like they have to lean on you. And they've been doing a lot of leaning on you. Don't think I haven't seen you going off to meetings with one or multiple of them on a regular basis. This is their chance to stand on their own, to prove that they can. And if they can't, they succeed or fail by what they do. But they have always had us there to fix it. And while we can still help in our own ways, not going to be there forever. And besides, there's Eliza around, so she can, you know, mom them all.
It's true.
When they need it.
Fair enough. It's a lot of... I guess I just feel guilty about it. Leaving Delphine and the Hellhounds and Jace and Eliza. Yeah, it's just I feel pulled two different directions is all.
I know the feeling. Leaving you, even in your completely numb state, was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. But I knew my being here wasn't making it any easier. And now I feel confident that it's not going to happen again. I put that trust in you when I left. And I hate using the word left because I know that was a big sticking point for numb Aspen at the time. But sometimes space and distance is what's required for someone to step into the role they're meant for. To figure out who they really are, either as a leader, or as a follower, or as a partner. You have prepared them as best as you possibly can. Believe that. I do. And, you know, if it all blows up and goes to shit, then I guess we get to retire and go to Cabo or something, right?
Sure.
Rana doesn't sound so bad at that point.
Oh. I don't know. But I get what you're saying, and I know it's important, and I need to let go a little bit more.
There's also the turtle of it all. Turtle, what I'm learning, is about defense. It's about protection. Hopefully, with some of his guidance, they won't make rash or reckless decisions. They'll take a lesson from it. And again, worst comes to worst, the cairn will be fine.
Yay. No, that's great. That sounded really sarcastic, but it's a bittersweet yay.
Plus, we're not going to be gone that long. We'll
Fingers crossed.
Be supportive and, you know, use what little political good graces I've earned with them. Oh, by the way, I'm going, if that wasn't clear from that.
I picked up on that when you
Okay,
said you had
yeah.
an invitation.
Yeah. We'll be there for Jester, we'll be there for Charles, and who knows, maybe we'll change a few minds. Make some inroads with the nation, and maybe we'll have more support than we needed, or thought we had.
Is this something you want to keep doing, Artie? This making connections like you did before?
No, I think you should let Forge do it. I think he's the perfect face of the new nation to go out there and meet new people and, get along great. Maybe, challenge a few other Sept leaders to a duel or, kick a few other people to the dirt. I think it's a great plan.
Sarcasm aside, I know you struggled with the gatekeeping situation.
Yeah, it burned, but it wasn't my fault. I'm learning a lot about that when it comes to addiction, because addicts go through a phase where they feel like they brought this on themselves. And while there is some responsibility to take from it, addiction is a disease. I know the destruction of the Michigan Sept, the Wisconsin Sept, the Ohio Sept, that wasn't my fault. And if anything, having the gates provided them the escape they needed to get what few survivors there were out. So I see the importance of them. I'm not eager to be charging headlong into it again, but if it means we have a few more allies, if it means we have access to other places that can help us, that can back us up in a pinch, I think it's necessary. I mean, if it wasn't meant to be done, it wouldn't be an option. And I can get over that feeling of complete and utter failure long enough to try again.
Maybe we could do it together this time. Go out together. Being the face of a new nation and all.
Can't think of a more beautiful face to do it. Gonna have other Septs falling in love with you. Then I'm gonna have to be the forged in the situation and kick some people to the dirt.
Based off our reputation, I don't think that'll be too much of a problem.
Are you sure you want to keep doing it?
I've really never been more sure that this is what needs to be done, which is why it gets a little overwhelming, but I think it's worth it, really.
Okay. And that's what we're doing. Oh, Captain, my captain.
And you're going to help me finish this breakfast because you went a little overboard, and that's a lot.
They say the best start to a good day is a breakfast, a good hearty breakfast, like in the cereal commercials. But yeah, I kind of assumed I was going to have some of this too because it looks really good.
Good.
As the two of you enjoy a longer, more relaxed morning, starting your day doesn't feel as difficult this time. Doesn't feel as burdensome because you aren't doing it alone. It is hard on everyone, no matter what role they take, no matter what position they're in. A pack experiences together, feels together, hurts together. Why not a nation? Because after all, win or lose, everyone is going to feel it. This is where we go to our break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. Welcome back. A little bit longer of a break than usual, but as we return at the cairn. Late in the evening, the stars up above in the sky. Now, Jace, you've put a lot of effort into making a place for spirits to gather, a round table sorts. And lately, you've had some rather interesting and, if not somewhat distressing, information come to you in the form of Charles asking for advice and a new name. Iron Oath Volkov. Victor Iron Oath Volkov. Now, you being a rat, being a bone gnar, and even if you are a successful entrepreneurian now, you don't forget your roots, and those roots come from going to the places where others are less likely to go. Sewers, the dumps, the streets of this city, not the high rises where the CEOs live, where the Silverfangs live, but very grounded. And if anybody would know anything about Victor Iron Oath Volkov, if anyone would know secrets, it's your patron. His rat is the gatherer of secrets, the keeper of forbidden knowledges in a lot of ways. So as you come to your round table setting, what are you thinking going into this calling forth of your patron?
Trying to figure out words on how to bring up something. Rat's been very helpful with ever since Jason became Guru. Rat has always been something that's been around. He's always been one to give advice. He's also watched his back. And he always has Jace's best interest at heart, even if Jace can't see it. And he's about to come and ask him for something, one of the biggest requests that he's asked him ever. And so he's trying to figure out a way to do that. So as he's sitting at the round table, he has a can of Keystone and he pops it open. He gets some Ritz crackers with some canned cheese and puts those out. And then he gets a little ball of like torn up paper that's like fluffed up. He puts that off to the side. And then he grabs a New York Mets hat and he turns it upside down in a New York Yankees hat and he puts it right side up and he waits for him.
So as you're sitting there, your offerings laid out in front of you, you notice that some of the spirits that have been wandering the cairn, the ones that were easy to take for granted, that had been pretty much confined to their sentinel-like positions amongst the trees, have taken a bit of interest in your direction, but keeping a respectable distance. They look over what's occurring here. And as your eye is drawn away, when it comes back, you see that the Yankees cap has been turned upside down, the Mets cap has been turned right side up, and a large black rat sits in the center of the table, munching on one of the Ritz crackers.
Peanut butter next time.
You know what? I'll bring both, just in case you have an appetite for either one.
Oh, peanut butter is great on the crackers.
Yeah, I don't know if you're big on it, but slices of ham on them with the canned cheese, that game changer.
Ooh la la, look at fancy Mr. Fancy Britches over here. Sliced meats. Yeah, I mean, if you want to provide the ham, I will never turn a good, slice of ham down. You just don't find them a lot where I usually spend my time. Unless there's something else growing on it.
You just brush that off, and as long as you don't take up the whole thing, you scoot it off. It's fine. Yeah, there's a a deli not too far from the Split Helm, and that's where I get a lot of like the cold cuts and stuff. Nice guy.
Delis? They have delis here?
Kinda. It's okay. It's a dude that has a little cart, and he says he gets it from somewhere. I don't ask. It just tastes good. It's a traveling deli, but
Always
it's not my
trust the
business.
mystery meat.
Yep, exactly.
The only way you're gonna know you've had horse before. Anyway. What can I do for you, kid?
I got a big request, and it's not an easy one that I wouldn't trust anyone else with it, and I'd only come to you about it. One, it's juicy, so
Like
I'd only come to you. Yeah, exactly. But I wouldn't trust necessarily your kin with it. Nothing against them, but it's a bit of a sticky, dangerous kind of a thing that I'm needing.
Okay. A lot of good build-up and anticipation here. I mean, obviously you don't need to rob a pinball place.
Not right now. That went really well, as far as I could tell.
Oh, I saw. I was starting to think it was getting really sticky there for a second. But then, y'all just mean mugged that machine right out of there.
Well, when push comes to shove, we got something in the bag all the time, and that's just strength.
That you do. You need to remember a little bit more than you do.
I use it when I need to, but I also know my place. When I have others that are more equipped for certain things, they are more obliged to do those. My strength is here. I see things.
Yeah, but that's a good bonar, knowing their place, staying in line.
We don't like the spotlight. It's better for others to be in it so we can do what we need to. We got too much light on us. We can't do our job.
I agree. Enough faffing around. Okay, what do you need?
I'm sure you know the name of Victor Volkov, Iron Oath.
Were they on the Russian Olympic hockey team in 1982?
Fuck, they might as well been. This guy apparently is big, and he's the mentor of Charles, and Charles is scared of him.
Oh, that one.
That guy.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
You're back putting my neck out and asking you to help out someone like him. I would have used strength and hit myself in the throat. There's an oath that was taken between both Iron Oath and Charles about upholding the Guru Nation and that he needs to take the throne. And I'm trying to find anything I can, a loophole within the oaths taken, or something on Victor, something I can use against him to wedge them apart.
Well, I'm sure with a name like Iron Oath, it's very flexible and lots of loopholes around it. I'm sure they didn't think about that at all when they requested an oath be taken. So I'm sure this is going to be just a cakewalk. Ah, shit.
I wouldn't ask you lightly for this.
Well, it's interesting because that particular one has how do I put it? A very unique quality that very few other guru have. A personal patron.
Okay.
That makes spiritual dabblings a little bit more, difficult when you've got basically a guard dog around you at all times in the spiritual side of things.
Do you know them?
His patron?
Yeah.
I know of them. I wouldn't consider us on speaking terms. They're of the, well, they're of a very particular variety of the snarly, bitey type.
Fun. Okay. All right, so if I can't go about this from a spiritual standpoint,
Didn't say you couldn't, just said it's going to be more difficult because of you.
I'd be willing to pay a pretty high price for that to happen.
It would have to. Okay, so you're looking for, what, blackmail?
I don't really want to go as far as blackmail, just something to make him second guess almost, something to make him rethink his logic on the nation, like a lapse of judgment at some point. Maybe there's something that happened where he did question the things the nation was doing, and I could build upon that. I don't necessarily want to blackmail him because then he's going to try and come back at someone for it. And I don't want his wrath coming back on anyone. So I just need that little lapse of judgment. There has to be somewhere with the amount of time that he's been within the nation. There had to be something that he disagreed with. He might have gone through with it, but there had to be something.
Most Garud do. They get caught up on one, litany tenet or another. Because, to be honest, a lot of them are very kind of outdated, antiquated, very we are wolves based. Bring me the first of your kills. Okay. So. Give me a minute.
Okay.
At this point, the rat scrambles to the other side of the table. It pops off. A few moments pass, and then the rat scrambles back up the table and over to your side.
Okay. So, here's what I'm getting. I got some sources in the court. Just checking in with them, see if they had an insight to offer into this. The difficult thing that you're going to run into here is that this Volkov guy took an oath to bring Charles back.
Right.
That's where your problem's going to be. Because he took that oath, he will bring him back no matter what. His other oath, I suppose there's some ways you could take it, but it's kind of one of those oaths are in the eye of the beholder. What was your intention at the time that you took it? What was your feeling at the time that you took it? What was your feeling at the time that you asked for it? That he
cocks his head, looking directly at you with those black beady eyes.
I think you know a thing or two about asking for an oath under duress.
Yeah. You say some dumb stuff when you're a bit heated and not clear of mind.
Now, could one possibly say that, well, he was a child, he didn't know any better, yada, 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 yada. But you gotta remember, we made children irresponsible and immature. Time was Children had to grow up awful quick. They usually were married with a brood of their own by the age of 15. The passage of time dictated that they should have innocence and play and fun for longer. Possibly because y'all just keep hanging in there longer than you're supposed to, seemingly as the years pass. I mean, who wants to be 101 years old anyway? Can you even do anything other than crap your pants and change your teeth?
Drool a lot.
Right, we need more of that.
Yeah.
What they asked for and what was given could be two different things. And you could get into the debate of, well, they meant it this way and they meant it that way. But that doesn't really resolve anything. Often it defaults to the intention of the one who took the oath or asked for the oath. So when, for example, a particular Silver Fang said, for the nation, they probably at the time meant the only nation in existence.
Fair.
And that's what they're going to be held to. Because what y'all got going on here is it's nice and new and a breath of fresh air. It's very appealing. I mean, you brought a patron spirit back. That's not exactly a tool. Shit. That's not something to shake a stick at. But it's not the nation that others recognize. To even call it a nation yet is a little premature, because a nation is a gathering of many. You got like a colony at best, a state maybe. So you're like the state of the Guru, the Florida of Guru. I mean, look at this bunch. You can't tell me there's anything more Florida than this.
You're right, but we'll say state just because Florida has a lot of things that go along with it when you say Florida, just to look better with the nation looking down at the state of the Guru.
Is anyone perfect? No. Does Volkov likely have a skeleton or two in his closet? Probably. Or will any of that make the difference? Probably not. Probably not. I think I'm sure you're not going to like this, but I think your best course is to just keep your nose out of it. For your own survival's sake. And I know, getting awful huggy, squeezy, feely around here, everybody's bonding together and finding a family and all that good stuff, but this is literally holding Red up in front of a bull and expecting them to ignore it or to be afraid of it. And I've watched plenty of those races. Someone always gets bored. Always. Let me ask you a question. Hypothetically. Is this a hill you're willing to die on? Is all of this work that all of you are doing worth, yes, saving one Guru?
It's what this Guru represents itself. Charles itself is change. He's proof that change can happen. That someone set and grew up in such an old nation and is able to accept the change and even embrace it. This guru is able to pave the way for all the other guru up and coming. There are going to be other guru who won't see this path and they're going to be stuck. But this particular one, in a way, is the flagship. Now, we have Aspen, who's leading it and showing us how change can be done. And Charles embracing that and having the name to go with the leadership itself. This is a hill I'm willing to die on because things need to change. Everything that's been going on, we're losing. Years, millennia, we're not winning. We're not even at a stalemate anymore. Things have to change. We need to fix it. It's not going to be fixed with the same.
And also, what good does a flagship do if it's moored at one dock? Is it even a flagship at that point? What statement does it make to others if they aren't able to see it? Because believe me, even with all the noise you're making down here, very few are paying attention. They got their own problems, their own issues, their own facets. So if you think that you're showing off or setting an example for others, maybe in some sort of small microcosm, but in the grand scheme of things, you got to reach out to guru in other countries. You're looking to save the whole world, not one corner of it. How are you going to do that if you don't leave? How are you going to do that if you, no offense, kid, hiding from the machine? Sure. You could deny the request. And let's be honest, it's an order, not a request.
Right.
You could deny that. Maybe that'll be enough of a thorn in their butt to send an army down here to confront you. Or maybe they'll just shrug it off and ignore you and continue to bury the long, slow death, not the immediate. Because they're politicians, kid. That's what they do. They want something forgotten, it's forgotten. If they want something stamped out, it's stamped out. And rarely are they the ones directly to do it.
Yeah, but even the smallest flea can make the grown dog go mad.
Of course it can. We've made our lives off of it, our existences. But a small flea can also get swatted, or sprayed, or infected by the thing it feeds off of. This is a big, grand, sweeping gesture you're making. We're not known for that. So you're kind of stepping out of my expertise and bounds on this one. Not that I have a problem with that. You do you, as long as you don't forget the little guy. That's all that matters to me. But this is shining a big spotlight on this place. And one of the things that has allowed this place to continue to do what it's done is the lack of spotlight, the lack of attention. Not counting the leeches and the zombie plant monsters and all that, but politically, this place hasn't been a force that anyone has felt needs to be reckoned with yet. You go in and you spit in their eye, you become a force to be reckoned with. And while they are all cracking apart and falling to the wayside, one thing that unites all Guru, a good fight. And a fight with a clear, decisive winner and loser. A tangible fight, because one of the things that you Guru have been suffering with is the intangibility of the overall fight you're stuck with. Claws and teeth don't solve everything, change does. And change is a little bit harder to reckon with, because the ones who actually need to do the changing are the hardest to convince, because they don't know. The leeches can manipulate, the companies can pollute, but it's the consumers. They're the ones causing the real problem. And that's not a simple solution. That's how you get an impergium. Thinking that it's going to solve everything. Well, humans are more resilient than Guru will ever be.
True.
But you have a tangible fight. There's a bunch of heretics in Florida making a mess, causing a fuss, throwing everything off. That's something they can understand. That's something they can get behind. Just look at the cult. They love stamping those little buggers out every chance they can get.
You bring up good points. But the fact that you did say that a change, people aren't hearing everything that's going on down here. So we spread the word.
I agree. I get it. Revolutions are successful when they win. The number of uprisings and rebellions and revolutions that you haven't heard about, double the number that you have. This country was a revolution, born of a revolution, and it only happened because they won. If they had lost, nobody would speak about it. It would have been that little dust up in the colonies. But the might of the great British Empire won out. Just like the might of the Guru nation beat the upstart heretics. Maybe you're the thing that unites the nation. For worse, not better.
But you can also see the flip side of that. If we're comparing the American Revolution, we being the colonies much smaller, but they were separated. The English did have a strong hold, but the word of people uprising up against things that were going on and against a corrupt king, one that had a lot of issues. There's a lot of similarities that can be drawn from that point of history.
Absolutely. This isn't tossing tea into an ocean talking.
True.
This is capturing the crown prince who you brainwashed. Who you've tainted with your terrible sex magic.
I don't know what they do, but
It's wild.
I'll take your word for it. So your suggestion is to just let things lie?
No, absolutely not. For change to occur, something has to happen. I'm saying this is a moment to pick your battles. They have something that they clearly want from you. And they will do anything to get it. So much so that they sent one of their most dangerous warriors down to get it. They didn't send a letter. They didn't send a politician or an emissary. No. They sent a killer. to get it. That's a statement unto itself about how bad they want it. They took their own safeguard up at home and sent it. I guess if there's something that you could do directly involved, why? Why did they send it? What are they trying to accomplish by bringing him home? Are they trying to weaken you? Are they trying to strengthen them? They have a king. Their king still sits on the throne, whatever that means. So why him? Why now? You wanted to find a weakness. That's why you called me here.
Right?
Maybe the weakness isn't in Volkov specifically. Maybe the weakness is what brought him here.
Never had any fun dirt on royalty before.
Maybe it's not so fun when you get it, but it's dirt regardless.
Yeah. Yeah, that why. I was focused on Volkov being the focal point, but now he was sent by someone else.
Charles has been here for over a year. Why now? He's been on the road for years before that. Why now? There's something immediate about it. Something maybe even desperate about it. Because if it was gonna happen, it would have happened by now. If it was in their plans, they would have made it happen. The king's still alive, so it's not like they need to bring the next king in because the current one's dead. You're not gonna find holes in Volkov. Like Jonas, he was the epitome of a silver fang. From his change. A soldier, dutiful, loyal, commanding, powerful, dangerous. You don't add iron to a name because it's weak and flexible.
I need to find out the why. You're right. I was short-sighted to focus on Volkov.
I get it. If you can find a hole in the messenger, maybe you can find a hole in the message. But really, the messenger's just a messenger. He's doing what he was told, and he's clearly very good at that. Who told him and why?
A little bit of stories I've heard. I don't want to talk to him directly. I feel like I could slip up just a little bit and my head would be removed from my shoulders before I even knew what happened.
It was like that when you first met Charles, too. Charles is afraid of him. You might not even get that much time.
Yeah. The fact that Charles is scared of him is more than enough reason for me to keep a wide berth from that guy.
But also Charles left that city, that kingdom, that mansion, whatever. He left it a child. He's returning a man. But it's really hard to shake the monster under the bed when you've believed him in it for so long and found out that it's not just an illusion, it's real. That's trauma, kid.
Yeah, I tried letting him know that he's not the same person, that he at this point might be able to even take on Volkov, but I don't see him get scared often. But even like the name, there was something in the back of him that even didn't want to say it.
I think we both know if a certain someone showed up on your doorstep today, even you, would be at risk of reversion.
You're not wrong.
Sure, turning into a guru makes you big and strong and hard to kill. Gives you a purpose and a goal. But it doesn't take away who you were before. It doesn't take the owies that you experienced emotionally, physically, whatever. It doesn't heal scars. It just makes it harder to get new ones.
With the mention of scars, he'll kind of rub his knee a little bit. Hopefully, I don't have to worry about him. He doesn't. I don't even know where I'm at. Doesn't even think about it. Hopefully.
Hopefully not.
Yeah. Rat, if I were to ask you to go and find out the why for me, to figure that out, what would that cost?
I can do it. But what it's gonna cost? Unfortunately, that's not something I can tell you. Because it's not yours to pay.
I'm willing to pay it.
Not this time. And you might not have the time to stop what's already in motion. You can find out, and finding out can be satisfying in its own right. Having the information. But that might just have to be enough. Because yeah, I just stepped off this table and talked to like 6 guys in an instant. But what you're asking for me to find out is lots and lots of red tape and one big ass bird who would love nothing more than to get its talons into me, shake me around a little bit.
Yeah, and I haven't really talked to that bird a whole lot, so I don't have a whole lot of rapport.
Oh, trust me, he's a great conversationalist.
I've heard only but good things. He likes the sound of his own voice, from what I heard. I don't know if I can just let things just go. I have a hard time with that. But I do hear your caution that you're conveying to me.
Look, you're gonna have a request coming your way pretty soon. And it's gonna be a big one, a tough one, especially for you. You honor that request to the best of your ability, maybe even better than that. We can call it a deal.
Sure. Spirits and the secrets. When the request comes.
When you see it, it's gonna come hit you you upside the head pretty hard.
Goody. Okay. I will do my best to honor this upcoming request.
It's the best thing for what you're trying to build here. That's just the truth of it.
I would enjoy our little chats.
Me too. Sorry,
And,
this one was a
I'll-
little less, dick jokes and cheese than usual.
Well, time and place. And with the current places that I have, a big old pizza party might be here up and coming.
Well, good.
And if you,
Party.
nothing against you, but if you can avoid that place, I just had it open and I got an inspection coming up.
Whoa. I can only control my kids so much. That's them. I had no part of that.
Yeah. I'll be sure to talk to them as well.
Things are about to get really interesting. And you got wolves clawing at the door. Maybe your focus should be more on that. At least for a little while.
Okay, I can do that.
Take it easy, kid.
You too.
With that, the big rat turns, but then pauses as it starts to go across the table, then comes back, picks up the box of Ritz crackers in between its two little paws, and just waddles its way off the table, pushing the box over the side and then hopping down after it. As you're left at the empty table, what's going through your mind?
A lot. He wants to help Charles as much as he can. Him and Charles just made up, and Charles asked a request, and now Jace can't give and fulfill the request that was just brought up to him. So that's eating him a little bit because that bridge is made, but it's still rickety. But the fact that Rat did bring up a point that need to look past the immediate knowledge and look out further from what the source is. He's pondering that why on why someone would ask for him now. And this request upcoming, he's trying to think of what it could be, like what could possibly be next. Got Turtle back. We got things handled, not under control, handled at the moment. So what request could be coming up so big that Rat would have to warn him to kind of give him a heads up? And it's so big that he needs to up his game even further. So he's trying to figure out what could be coming down the pipeline, seeing what he could have possibly missed, and try and prepare for what's upcoming, because this horizon that he's got really cloudy really fast.
Spirits have a lot that make them individual, that separate them, that make them unique or distinct, especially when it comes to patrons. It's easy to focus on that special quality about them. Like Rat being so interested in those down low, the underprivileged, the overlooked. But just like people, they have similarities too. And looking ahead to the future, looking to the distance, that's very, very Falcon. We now transition to our next scene. It's the next night, back at the cairn. And Izzie, you have met a lot of the members of the Sept. You've been making an effort to introduce yourself to both your pack and the others. But there's been an enigma, a figure with a reputation just based off of their association, their label, that has been kind of in your periphery, but outside of your immediate reach. You've avoided it, possibly, because of that unknown, because of that bias, that reputation that's hung over your head. But the more time you've spent here, the more you've noticed they are a respected and revered member of this Sept. That their words carry weight, that they're taken on some of the most unusual or dangerous missions. But you haven't found any kind of personal in as of yet. Haven't even really tried. And that's not saying something negative, that's just factual. So when you're at the cairn this evening, whether it's to just work out some aggression or maybe even just to celebrate the victory of the heist you pulled a few days back, or just to be in this place, this peaceful place that has changed so much, even though you didn't really have a lot of time to get used to the way it was, to notice the change as profoundly as other members of the Sept have. But it's in this moment that you see the enigma, Eliza Ross, Stargazer Theurge, walking around the large stony outcropping that has seemingly just appeared overnight since your journey to the Dreaming in the center. You can see her running her hand across the stone, almost affectionately petting it. And at a certain point, she stops, reaches into her little satchel that seems to be fixed to her side, and pulling out a little figurine made of like a green jade, shaped in the shape of a turtle, unsurprisingly, which she sets atop the large rocky outcropping. She gives a smile and a bow of her head as if she was conversing with someone who isn't there, knowing that they are, and begins to walk back towards the RVs that they have been calling home for many, many, many months now. But as they walk, they pause partway to look over in your direction and offer you a smile. Are you hungry? I was just about to settle in for dinner.
I mean, who am I to refuse? What are we having?
Well, come on then. As she brings you over to a set of lawn chairs and a table, he says, gumbo, my own personal recipe.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. I've been eating out more often than I would hope, but to be in a cairn where you get to really experience the local cuisine, that is nothing more perfect.
Well, I still rejoice in the invention of slow cookers, because I started it this morning and it should be just about ready now. He goes into the RV and after a few moments returns with a couple of bowls and some cloth napkins, mismatching, draped over her arms. She sets them down, then returns to the RV and comes out with a pitcher of what looks to be sweet tea. and sets it on the table with a couple of glasses, pouring each of you a glass before setting it down, and then finding her spot in one of the lawn chairs. How are you, Isadora, ever since the dreaming?
Since the dreaming, honestly, I struggle with the words. It's good. I know we're relative strangers, but it has been very good. Life's been up.
When you've had an experience like that, you're more than strangers.
That is true. What about you?
I'm all right. It was a strange experience being in that place, especially in the mire.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that I've been able to let go of over the years of being a guru. I'm not as strong as I used to be. I'm not as fast as I used to be. I've lived way longer than most should. The one thing that I always clung to was memory. That never failed me. I'd always count on it to be there, to be secure, to remind me of where I've come from and tell me of where I'm going. To hold on to the things most dear that are no longer as precious and present as they used to be. And to have that drain out of me like a sieve, to watch it just dissipate in front of my eyes. I never felt more fragile, more vulnerable. And I've had Storm holding me aloft in the air, looking to tear me limb from limb. And I wasn't nearly as afraid as I was in that mire. Because what was even scarier than watching the memories fade was the feeling of peace that came with it. The ignorance of not knowing, not having to hurt or care. When people talk of scars or talk of trauma, they talk of it so negatively that they forget that some of the hurt that you're holding on to comes from a place of such joy that you don't want to forget. Whether it's the innocence of childhood or the love of a sibling or a parent or a child of your own that is no longer with us. It was disturbing, but thankfully it's not gone. From what I understood, it was you and I that were the last ones stuck in it.
I was gonna say, we were muck buddies. And with that, he'll offer his glass to Clink.
She gives a grin and a chuckle and clinks glasses with you. How are you feeling being here after some time? I know coming here carried a great weight for you.
It did. And with that, Izzie looks at his gumbo, idly picking through a bit of sausage as he searches for the exact reason, the exact words to impart. It's strange. It reminds me of when times were kinder, when times were better, but it's also like nothing I think I've ever had. When I was under Charles, or when I was leading the Piercing Moonrise pack, it was a lot of matches. You felt good, you felt those victories, you felt a couple of stings of defeat here and there, but there was never wholeness. I don't want to use the word complacency. A sense that everything is fine. Which I can't speak for your long-lived experience as a Garu, but it is not something you feel often, especially when rage boils up the way it does. Just peaceful. And looking back on what I thought was going to happen when I came here, this was not even in my nightmares, let alone my dreams. I'm just fearful now that hearing the clouds circling, that it might be threatened. And so I'm really looking outward, trying to see what it is all these lovely Garu need that apparently look up to you, Eliza, and how I can fit into that hole.
We'll make sure you finish up that gumbo because I need my brainwashing alchemy to take hold on you.
I see. Do you want to talk politics over gumbo? And with that, he'll take a slurp.
Many politics have been talked over gumbo, but I feel like it would just be repetitive and pointless at this time. I guess what I would say to you, Isidoro, is fear not the unexpected. One of the reasons the nation found itself in the position it was of how fiercely it held on to the past. How desperately it wanted things to be a way they could never be, because it felt safe. It felt controlled. It felt normal. But it was slipping through their fingers. It was getting away from them. Because the truth is, it couldn't be normal. It couldn't stay that way. And they were afraid of what it would become if it changed, if it altered. They were trying to get blood from a stone. And instead, we're bleeding all the more for it. That sense of stability, it had been a long time since we'd had it. My brethren and I didn't leave the nation because we believed it was hopeless. We just saw it for what it was, stuck, still. Like a car that's run off the road and into the mud, just spinning its wheels over and over again, flinging shit everywhere. Not caring who it got dirty, because it was going to continue. And a lot of people got dirty. A lot of Garu got stuck under those tires. It was time for something different. When you're doing the thing you're told you're supposed to and it's not making any difference, what else do you do but either give up or change course?
Why didn't the Stargazers stay course within the nation then?
How?
That's
might equals right. And they had far more might than we did.
You weren't alone? I mean, Unicorn tries all the time to wrangle Garu. And so when everything happened the way it did, I'm not saying we're all our tribe, right? Like, I'm not Unicorn, you're not whatever the Stargazers happen to keep as patron nowadays. But we had history together. It's easy to see where cliques and political factions fall. Stargazers, Bone Gnars, Children of Gaia, basically a camp unto itself. And so when you left, Eliza, I will not mince words. It was one of the greatest betrayals I ever heard recited amongst the Children of Gaia moots.
But I didn't leave, Isidoro. I'm right here.
That is true. I'm speaking of the tribes. I understand. I'm projecting this. I'm sorry.
I understand. But it became less about what we share as Guru and more about an ideology that wasn't working. If you weren't nation, you were lesser than. The nation is a politic. It is a structure. It is created to help bind us together, to give us rules, to give us order. But it's a construct. And in a way, so is the notion of tribe. It's just things that we have in common and a spirit that represents those things. An ideology or a personal quality. But we're all Guru. That is the thing that makes us all the same, that connects us all profoundly. Not a politic, not a specific patron. We all are fighting for Gaia. Why does it have to be in one way, under one banner? I know that there were many that were hurt. They felt abandoned. They felt lost. But sometimes a star needs to be very far away for it to lead and show people or show others the way.
Sounds like Unicorn.
It does. Because the spirits aren't different either. They're all bound by being spirit. Even the bad ones. They have that in common. When it became political, when it became about division, it was bound to crack and break. When we had to label Guru differently, when those labels became biases or stereotypes. You are not a stereotypical child of Gaia. I should know I was one.
Is that right?
Yes. I didn't leave Unicorn on bad terms. I left very amicably.
Okay.
I just couldn't continue to serve that purpose. It's the same with all the other Stargazers. It's the same with Fenris.
That's a can of worms.
It's a large can of worms. But can you imagine how frustrating it must be to be banging your head against the wall over and over again, expecting the wall to give? Whereas others took frustration, Fenris, we took... Well, some of my brethren took hopelessness. I won't deny that. Some of them have lost their wolf and failed to regain it. Chosen not to. But others just chose ambivalence. They chose a different path and didn't care what the others thought about it. Because if you don't think we tried to convince them, you're wrong. They just didn't want to listen. So why keep talking if you're talking to no one?
You have to keep trying, though, right?
Here, aren't I? I'm working with this ambitious group of young guru who only want the best for this world. Not for a particular nation, not for a particular banner or tribe or ideology. They just want the world to be one that you can survive in, you can thrive in, you can live in. How is that wrong? And they still follow the laws. They still are, for all intents and purposes, nation. They're guru. And yes, maybe they flex the laws a little bit more, but they don't do it out of selfishness. They do it because those laws were guidelines to begin with. In a time when they were necessary. That's not this time anymore. It's not as rigid. Nothing lasts forever. Nothing. It adapts, it changes, it moves, and eventually it ends. The worm isn't the enemy, not the concept of it. The enemy is the sickness. But the nation would have you believe that the worm, in all of its being, is evil, is bad, is wrong, is what must be purged. Combat the worm wherever it dwells. The law. Too many guru have taken that to mean combat, conflict.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't. There are ways to combat the worm without destroying the worm. Because honestly, you never can. It's never going to happen. Death will always exist, and death is of the worm. Everything dies. That's why life is worthwhile. So what are we combating? We're combating a sickness, an imbalance. That's what we're combating, is the imbalance. You want to know which patron I follow, Isidoro? Balance.
Is that literal? Is this a metaphor?
Yes to all of that.
I don't think I ever heard of the spirit of balance.
It has many names. One you may have heard of is Libra.
Huh.
We must restore the balance. That is what we must do. For any chance at winning this, for any chance at surviving this, balance must be restored. Or else, even if we were to put the worm down, then there's the wild that's out of control, the weaver. And I think we both know the weaver has a much stronger hold than the wild right now. So is the weaver evil? Fenris would tell you so. The Black Spiral Dances would tell you so. But they don't have feelings. They're just doing what they've always done. Grown, built, died. We take...
Izzie will.
Oh, go ahead.
Izzie will continue stirring through his gumbo, which at this point has probably gotten, like, cold. And as he scoops up a bit, he swallows. And were it some time ago, definitely when, before the Piercing Moonrise pack, he would have been all up in arms about this disparaging remark about the nation or this interpretation of the Triad. But having lived and had experiences that he saw, yeah, we rip and tear Banes, but, like, you'll go through areas and poverty will exist, or a company will despoil the land here, and it's not because, like, a Fomori was in charge, it's just that's how the systems were, and the Weaver needs to stratify this and that, and the real pain sometimes is the small 1,000 cuts of 1,000 people rather than a big gash upon Gaia. And as he swallows hard, he'll look to Eliza and go, you know, I think I understand what Willow was talking about now when she said you used a lot of words and were very wise.
As much as we cure, we cause. Collateral damage by the actions of Guru have brought many Banes into existence. When you destroy that Pentex subsidiary, you're not thinking about the employees who didn't know what they were contributing to, didn't know what they were doing. They were just getting a paycheck to go home and pay for their home or feed their family. Now they don't have a job if they lived through it. And that brings suffering. That brings pain. That brings heartache. And that brings Banes. Our way of doing things has made it harder, worse. But because some king knows best, because some renowned guru who did many great things, and I'm not disparaging those things, knows best some time ago, doesn't mean it still holds true. Our path needs to be a constantly evolving and growing conversation. Our war needs to be a constantly evolving and growing conflict. It is not static. It is not singular. It is ever changing. So too must we. Changing is in our very nature. Why then can it not be in our mindset? And the way we approach things and the way we handle things? Why is it only in our bodies?
Don't know.
Because we're scared of the unknown, Isidoro. Because we're not willing to look outside what worked before. But it didn't work before, it just stalled. It slowed down the progress of decay, which doesn't stop. You could put a fruit in the fridge, it's still gonna rot, just slower than it would if it was left in 100-degree sun. We were the fridge. The Croatan I've learned a great deal about in this process of bringing back Turtle, and they sacrificed themselves to stop the Eater of Souls, one of the triad of the worm. That Eater of Souls was a representation of colonization in the New World. We're still here. Colonization still happened. And their sacrifice was slowly being forgotten. They did lock away a great evil. There's no question about that. If the Eater of Souls was still running rampant across the land, we wouldn't be here. The world would have ended. No question. We slowed it. We didn't stop it. Because to stop it requires change in everything we do. In how we approach every situation. In how the humans live. The fight isn't hopeless. It's just a lot more complicated than most would like. It's easier to rend and claw and tear. But every Bane that you kill, Isidoro, comes back. We're stalling. Killing Banes is stalling. Trapping them. Curing them. Understanding them. It's a different way. It's a controversial way, and yes, it comes with its own dangers. I open myself up to corruption every single time I try to understand one of those creatures.
How familiar would Izzie be with Bane Tenders? Because I know they're like hush-hush, but they're not unknown.
Roll me an intelligence and a cult. Or intelligence and politics. One of those two.
Bad at both.
Then I would say probably not. We don't even need to make the roll. Probably
Okay.
you wouldn't.
Okay. He sort of furrows his brow. What are you saying right now? That you entreat with Banes?
Yes. But I also imprison them to keep them from returning to the spirit wilds and coming back again.
You can do that?
Yeah. They don't want you to know you can, because not everyone is capable, not everyone is strong-willed enough to handle it, and many a guru have fallen to its corruption, Black Spiral dances. But you can.
Huh.
Many of our enemies aren't after us specifically, those that we would call enemies. Banes aren't targeting us. They're drawn to us because of the things we're doing. And partially because we can see them. They're looking to be acknowledged in the way they know how. Pollution, anger, corruption. But they aren't after us. Most spirits don't have that level of intelligence. There are very few that do. They are just doing what they do. And unfortunately, they're growing stronger.
What they do is corrupt, and that's the problem. Like Unicorn wants cooperation, understanding, healing. With that, it lessens the influence of Banes. People live their lives peacefully. But I don't know, it seems like even with the nation, the litany born with the children of Gaia, an attempt to build that cohesion, it feels like we failed even at that. And now apparently that we're spinning off this new nation with Aspen, and
The nation's just a title, a construct, new and old. This new nation is a construct so that others can recognize it for what it is. A battle cry, an attempt, an outreached palm. Come with us, we will show you the way. We will teach you, we will educate you, we will nurture you, we will protect you. But ideally, there wouldn't be a need for it. Aspen doesn't want to be a queen. In fact, I think she'd have an aneurysm at the very thought of it. She's just a guru with a vision and the drive to see that vision brought to reality. Jester's the same. Jace is the same. You are the same. So we can call it a nation, we can call it a brotherhood, we can call it, it doesn't matter. It's just being guru. And it's being it without all the formalities that were constructed to try and subjugate, force, turn the tide, whatever reason you want to call it. You can look at it positively or negatively. It doesn't matter. Because you can't have one without the other. Rules provide boundaries, which are good. But they also subjugate, which is bad. And so many of the answer to those rules is death. Because they can't spare the time to correct the mistake. But one less guru does nobody any good. In the old nation, half this sept would be dead. You would be dead for your first meeting. But you're not. You're here. You're fighting. You're changing and evolving and healing. How many guru could have had that opportunity but didn't? And now are either part of the enemy or dead.
as he leans back in his chair, mortified at the implication. As he thinks back to even his own packs, was he too much of a tyrant at times because it was expected of him? Was he not understanding enough or in the right way? And he gets a little teary-eyed thinking about the string of mistakes that led to the moment, but also almost weepingly hopeful as he looks across their little picnic table to Eliza and goes, I take it that's why you're sticking with this nation, huh?
How could I not? When I lost my fight and others would have seen me stay that way, they didn't. They went through a very dangerous journey to bring me back. I owe them everything. But they don't ask for it. They don't demand it. They don't hold it over my head as some sort of guilt or blackmail. They inspire me. I give them everything I have because I had nothing. I was a forgotten story.
Had I not known any better, I would have said you were the ones who brought them together, judging by how awe-inspired and respectful they are when speaking of you. But If you're saying they're the ones who brought you in.
They were. What brought them together wasn't me. What brought them together was Gaia. Was Tampa. Was Turtle. I just happened to be lucky enough to be there for the ride and to impart whatever gifts, wisdom, abilities I have. But the greatest thing I give them is compassion and understanding, patience and time. Because they're just much stronger, more powerful, and greater than me who lack that. So it doesn't matter what they can do because it dies with them.
Izzie will pick up the pitcher of iced tea and gently fill Eliza's glass before filling his own. I'm kind of a stickler for tradition here. So, Eliza, do you want the whole honorific? Want me to call you Rhea? No, I didn't think so. However, the one thing I will not abide is to know that a member of the Stargazers is in a nation without a child of Gaia present. We cannot have that. We have thousands of years of history to uphold in that nature. So, if you need, well, not anything around here, I think you could say whatever you want and it happened, but if you need help outside of here, you know who to talk to.
The same goes for you. And not just me. Every member of this sept will come to your aid. In whatever way you need it, whatever way you want it, and even in ways you don't expect.
They've already proven that. I don't know if Jester or Jason have told you about what happened the other night yet.
Not yet, but they will. They always do.
Then I won't spoil the surprise. Now, thank you for the gumbo. I'm full, I'm stuffed, I'm full of iced tea. I'm in the need, I think, to help around the sept. Now, I know you said it was gardening and other such things, but could I ask you for a little bit of elbow grease getting everything ready?
Of course. I want to
Let's
leave
up to
you
it.
with one more thing before we get to work. Arun are often taught to be the sword, the shield, the wall. They have forgotten what it is to need. They only know what it is to be needed. Don't deny what you need, Isidoro. You needed Charles's compassion and understanding. Now that you have it, isn't that all the better?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Good. What is Isidoro thinking now as they set about to work?
For the 5th time since being at this cairn, just blindsided by exactly what he was expecting to find. He expected more grievance. A long history as a child of Gaia, he sort of was raised on the perpetual both mark of shame as well as the complaint that the Stargazers along with the cult of Fenris and to a lesser extent the White Howlers, who eventually became the Black Spirals. All these tribes that fell out of the nation just further marks against the children of Gaia, the hope to build together something that could preserve Gaia. And Eliza just sort of cracked it into several pieces. Not only rehabilitating what he knows about the Stargazers, but just impressing upon him that she had strife of her own. That she wasn't just a nefarious thing in the wing. And as he begins setting aside various supplies, getting the cairn ready for the eventual, final rituals the Sept will undertake before people go their separate ways, he has a bit of a smile on his face that we are building something. And it is a nation he hopes he's going to be more proud of than the one he came from.
With that, we transition to our final scene of the evening. A decision needs to be made. A direction needs to be taken. A threat looms. Any threats loom. But what is decided, what course is taken, could change everything. For the better or the worst. Victor Iron Oath Volkov has come to Tampa seeking to return Charles Albrecht to the place he became Charles Albrecht. To take up the mantle of king from a fading light that has been on the verge of extinguishing for far too long. To bring hope back to a seemingly hopeless nation. To restore what has been shattered. That's a lot of responsibility for anyone to have on their shoulders. Aspen, you get an idea of it. In Jester, you remember what it is to be a leader, whether it was Theno or otherwise. But a nation? An entire group of people? No surprise, Albrecht faded. That light can't burn forever. There's no way. More than that, Charles doesn't even want to. Not really. Jester, you know better than anyone, all Charles has wanted was to be normal. To experience what others take for granted constantly. But there comes a time where an honor-bound individual feels called to task, where an oath taken can outweigh one's personal desires and wants. Iron Oath is a perfect example of that. It's almost like looking into Charles's future, looking upon that man. It's not a great sight, because while they are honorable, duty-bound, dangerous, an asset to be sure for the fight, whatever normalcy, humanity, doesn't seem to exist. It's almost reminiscent of when he first arrived But that was just an act. What if that became everything? This is why leaders buckle. This is why they bend. This is why they break. The only hope that anyone can have is a short reprieve, an era of order. The good empires might rise. They usually turn bad, and they eventually fall. How is the nation any different? An era of prosperity under King Jonas Albrecht's rule, now cracking and crumbling. So bearing all this in mind, as lighthearted as that is, Jester, Aspen, and Charles have come together, each with their own varying feelings and opinions and thoughts on the matter. Some outright rebelling against it, others seeing it for what it is, inevitable. As you gather at the cairn, the warm sun beating down on the lush grass, an occasional cool breeze relieving one from that stinging heat. This place that's become more than just a cairn, it's become a home, and in truth, it's become your destiny. Because this is your eternity. You have consigned yourself to this place and what it represents. One of the questions is, how soon will destiny be fulfilled? Because even Charles, the crown prince, future of the nation, the savior, he signed himself to this too. He will return here regardless of what happens. As you're all gathered together by the hand-carved wooden table that's represented the seat of power, seats of power, because Aspen never considers herself greater than just a cog in the wheel of it. This is where our scene begins, and it is yours.
Aspen just kind of taps on the table, feeling the heaviness that comes with a conversation like this. Usually she's the first to speak up on any matter of a meeting, or, you know, the first to kind of bring a meeting to order, is at this time a loss for words. And so she just stares back and forth between Charles and Jester, trying to find words.
Normally Jester probably would have put on some sort of mask or front to appear together and attentive, but this time she just looks tired. And she's sitting on the actual table itself, her bare feet kind of just slightly kicking, and she's playing with this fidget spinner as she's waiting for the conversation to start. And as the silence goes on for several minutes, she'll look up at them and be like, well, I guess a decision has to be made, right?
Yeah.
Before that, there is some business that needs tending to. New nation business. Sept leader, I am resigning my post as Wormfoe, and I am recommending Isidoro Darris to take up that position in my stead.
You think he's ready for that?
If he's not, he will be. or you'll find another replacement.
I think he deserves to feel more a part of all of this. He's done everything he can since he's been here to be a part of this with the dreaming and helping out Jace. I will say I will consider it.
I believe he is starting to see what makes this place so special. If it could change me, what can't it do? And I think that's a hope everyone deserves to experience.
I agree.
I just hope for his sake he doesn't try to be me. As for this decision, I don't think it has to be as heavy a one as it seems. At the very least, to preserve the safety of the cairn, the nation, the new nation, of course. And what we're trying to build here, there needs to be one less threat. And the longer we ignore this, or deny it, or postpone it, the more that threat grows and looms. So
I don't think there's an option where we get out of it and they just go away.
Never. I respect Iron Oath. I respect him enough to know he would bring back my dead body if he had to. I don't want to give him that reason. I don't want to give him that cause. He wouldn't do it out of malice. He would do it out of responsibility. You know that means something, even here.
It's a bigger problem than just him. I do understand that. But it's still frustrating.
I understand. We've talked a lot about how things need to change for the Guru as a whole if we're going to have any hope or success. Avoiding them won't make that happen. I think, at the very least, we should hear them out. We should have a voice. Be represented. I'm not factoring destiny into this. I'm factoring my responsibility to keep this nation safe. To keep it moving forward and thriving. I'm not returning to take a crown. I'm not returning to challenge my grandfather.
That's the question, isn't it? I don't think I ever got for sure what you're returning to do. There were options, but never a solidified idea.
For the first time in my Guru life, I won't know the answer until I'm there. But what I do know in the short term is that if I don't go, this place falls. Maybe not right away, but it will. But I believe with some extra strength, and he looks towards Jester, and extra confidence as he looks towards Aspen, I will make the right decision. And we will come back and keep doing what we must. Whatever form that takes.
Well, you weren't going without me, and I know sure as hell you're not going without Jester. Kind of, you guys are a package deal, and I'm not letting you go put your head on the chopping block without me having something to say about it. That's just how I work. Aspen kind of perks up a little bit, trying to bring up the mood just a bit. And for all of the headache that a whole court of kings, and for lack of a better word, pun, jesters and courts, we're gonna need Artie, and he's got a whole invitation, so we're not going without him either.
I should warn you. While the seat of power was once viewed as the most stable and admirable places to be in Garou society, I don't know what it's become. When I left, it wasn't great, but that was years ago. And who's to say what time has done? But what it has been, always, in my understanding, is a cutthroat place of politics and tradition, of ritual and expectation. I was raised in it. You won't find anyone more versed in it than I. For better or worse. Both of you and Arthur will be experiencing it for the first time in its full form. It will be polite. They will be respectful as far as they are required to be. But they will also be swift to judge. And they'll do it with a smile on their faces.
Not unfamiliar with spaces like that. And if it all goes terribly wrong, Jester is wonderful at breaking out of things.
It's true.
She just smiles and nudges her, knowing that she's not happy, but just trying.
It's true. Besides, I survived the internet, social media, so.
I refuse to. That is one thing I will not bend on.
I know.
I know whatever happens there, whatever outcome we have each other, and we're gonna figure it out. And I talked to Falcon about your destiny. I know, a little intrusive. And I know that it's a heavy one. But that doesn't mean we can't try other things. or hope for a different outcome. Because destiny never thinks about choices.
Well, if there's one thing a certain rebellious Galliard has taught me, among many, destiny isn't certainty.
I'm gonna look up.
Go ahead.
Oh. Go ahead first. I thought he was done.
And it can be changed or denied. It just won't be spoken about. Now he's done.
Look up from where I've been just messing with the fidget spinner and kind of stare up at the sky and give a long sigh. I'm gonna try to cure the king of Hizarano. I talked to Star about it. It's possible. Destiny or not, at least it would buy us time. Maybe an ally. If the stories are true. And he was a good person.
Okay. But how are we expected to do this? We don't have we don't have the opportunity to go into the Umbra and find a mystical relic meant for him. And I'm not saying we can't. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying how, and we can't exactly tell Iron Oath, hold on, while we go searching on a quest for hope.
Doesn't have to be the tier. Star said, she said that he fell not because the Geta Fenris left or the Stargazers left. Something more personal. I think we need to figure that out and bring some hope back to him. I'll look at Charles.
I also look at Charles, just inquisitively to see if he has any idea of anything.
My grandfather was a great man, an even greater guru. I know it's easy to hold against him what was done to me. I can't say for certain what it was he lost. His old pack died in a conflict that many called the apocalypse, if the stories are true. But that same story said that the crown was destroyed, and I can tell you for certain it is not. Fortunately, I think this will require investigation, talking, learning, because one of my regrets in my upbringing is not allowing myself to be curious, not asking questions, only doing what I'm told.
While you're at it, you could, ask the question of your birth date.
I will try to find that information.
You know him best, Charles. If we bring this to Iron Oath when we hear him out, is he going to be open to a group
All Iron Oath will be interested in is doing what he was commanded to do. That is return me. That is the true letter. He will not care who with. And besides, if Arthur does in fact have an invitation to the court, could just be so convenient that you are going at the same time I am supposed to return. He will honor that.
Will he give us time?
Some, but not much. At least not for me. In fact, I believe the best case of success is for me to depart shortly after the memorial. And I believe Jester should come with me. I will need her
Absolutely.
strength.
Absolutely. I'll go with you. I'm not leaving you alone with them.
I wasn't even willing to throw that out as an idea.
Smart man, you are learning a thing or two.
I can do the physical beatings. She's very good at the emotional ones.
Also very true. I don't think I'll have the same opportunity.
When you are able
Yeah.
to, I will make sure they are awaiting your arrival and that preparations are made.
Oh, Jace is gonna hate it.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll return and the cairn is still standing.
I believe it
Well,
will
as
be.
Artie said, the cairn will still be here. It was funnier when he said it.
Nah, it's still funny.
This was going to happen eventually.
I know.
But also, even if it wasn't me going back, the two nations would collide. Better it's on diplomatic terms.
It's always good to start with diplomatic. When you start with violence, you don't really have much else to deal with when things go wrong.
Agreed.
Charles, have you told Jess the exact destiny?
I think he would have told her his interpretation of the destiny. So, yes.
The time will come when you must pick up arms against the one that wears the crown. At that time, you must defeat them and take it for your own, or else all will be destroyed.
Wow. And let me guess, nobody gave any hints about when that time is, or like what events lead up to that time, or anything to like give clues. Of course not, because prophecies are bullshit.
And Falcon doesn't, give all the details. Because why would he?
Because bird spirits are dicks. So I've heard.
Not far from the truth.
No. We have overcome far worse challenges than this. We have done what others couldn't even imagine and viewed as impossible. To ensure our success in whatever it is that's going to occur, we cannot by any means underestimate that place. Whatever assumptions you have, dismiss them as best as possible.
So, go around assuming everybody's got a knife hidden behind their back to stab it. Literal, metaphorical, whatever.
That's how I lived most of my life, yes.
It's fine.
Discernment. Understood.
But they will assume the same of you. And they will try to get you to show it. You must not, by any means. Because they will uphold the litany to the letter. Most of the Guru you will meet will be viewed as your elders. And you are entering into their territory. But it will be respectful, as is expected and required. But political respect comes with its own venom.
You know, I didn't get the name Malicious Jester for stabbing people or freaking out and attacking them.
That's fair.
Also, lawyer, kind of know how this political stuff works. Just a bit.
She and I are kind of awesome together.
It's true.
Then I am very fortunate to have you coming with me.
Yes.
It's going to be really weird. First time the OGs are leaving, well, this nest altogether.
Yeah. It is kind of weird.
I cannot think of any better way to show faith in what we've built, but also to test it than to do so. Because if it fails, it was never going to succeed.
Oh, yeah. Artie said the same thing.
I'm sure I said it better.
I mean, he had more of a, change in the way his voice went up and down was much different. It sounded less robotic, but that's okay. I mean, and she'll just smile at Charles and kind of bump him with a shoulder too.
He actually does smile in return. Very well. Jester and I will make preparations, and we will consider ourselves the advance party for your arrival.
Okay, and I will prepare to be super nice to Iron Oath and have all the hard conversations before I make my way up there.
I might recommend inviting Eyes of the Sea to be in attendance for that. If you want to ensure that Iron Oath will be respectful and on his best behavior, an elder of the Sept of Jupiter will demand that. Whatever he thinks about this new nation personally, he won't show it in the eyes of another he respects.
Understood. It's not like we can bring in Matthias at the moment, so Eyes of the Sea will work.
Very well. I'm very nervous, scared even. But I am much more confident knowing that you will be there. And I promise you, I will not let them separate us. Any of us, he says as he looks towards Jester specifically.
They don't know a trick I have up my sleeve, so even if they physically do, they can't mentally.
I'm not worried about physical.
And I trust, Charles, that whatever decision you make will be the best one. And we'll support you. And I look over at Jester a little bit more solemn and serious.
I made an oath to my family, to Falcon, and to the nation. Sometimes the best thing for the nation isn't what it isn't what it expects.
Sometimes to be a good supporter or a good friend, you have to say the things that they don't want to hear.
I've learned that, irritatingly.
You know I'll always have your back.
I do. And I will make you as prepared as possible for what you're about to face.
Oh, good, because, oh my god. I'm a Black Fury going into a Silver Fang stronghold. This is gonna be fun.
We'll be all right. As a decision is made, a course chosen, a path laid out, this is where our story comes to a close this evening. But not without two final scenes. Our first scene takes us to the back room of the Split Helm, where the bells and whistles of a newly installed pinball machine are ringing out, where Martians are calling out they are going to destroy the planet, where the Ratkin rejoice in their present. But as we slowly close on the vending machine itself, we missed a very important detail about this particular vending machine. Antiques are a beautiful thing. A museum is a place where such antiques are put together. But they had to come from somewhere. So as we zoom in to the small golden placard attached to the side of the machine, it says, property of the Florida Arcade and Pinball Society. We move on to that very society, where a report has come in that one of the pinball machines has been stolen, and that details are lacking. So the first call you make when you run a society and something has gone missing usually would be to the police. But in this particular case, it is to their benefactor. As the phone rings several times, it is eventually flipped off the hook and caught by a man in a pinstriped suit with a green shirt underneath. his beard well kept, his hair swept back, and his eyes serpentine. As Solomon Creed answers the phone, it says, "What's that now? Something's gone missing." Aye? Don't worry, we'll find it. One way or another. He hangs up the phone. And that is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everyone watching at home. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media down below and join our community by following that Discord link. But if you're really going to be in the mood for joining things, what you should join is our Ko-fi, where for as low as $5 a month, yep, put those hands up, $5 a month, you could get access to all of the fun behind the scenes material, including the Rosebud Thorns for every one of our sessions since we started it, and for every one of our programs. So go join the Ko-fi. It really, really, really does support this community, this program, and this channel, and we are so, so grateful for it. This week, we have a new episode of Hellhounds on Friday, where the Memorial of Juniper takes place, where you're going to at least hear the voices of all of these amazing individuals in that episode, as it's a full crossover between Rage and Hellhounds. And then on Sunday is a new episode of Red Tide Rising, where you can see the vampiric side of things unfold. And then we'll be back next Tuesday with a brand new episode of Rage Across Tampa. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Have a lovely